why are you not talking like you talking to us at work?
Yeah.
Huh? Like, I don't even understand that.
That's like that one video of, I think it's what's the brother?
Not oh my God, it was Nikki Giovanni and oh God,
The brother who smokes. He always smoking, right? The skinny brother. He always got a cigarette in his hand. Oh my God, Baldwin. James Baldwin. Okay, cool. Yeah.
Oh my God. Oh God.
Yeah, that conversation was deep. I mean, I remember the first time I heard it, the little clip of it, I was like, wow, that's a very powerful statement to make. And yeah, keep it, man. I just say stay who you are. I never had the code switch. I never did that. Thank God. And I worked in the office when I was fresh out of um trade schools, because I went to two trade schools in the medical field, and I felt uncomfortable in the office environment. And I guess that's probably why I never really got into the whole I'm gonna have two different personalities, because I think that would be very harmful to your psyche, to your spirit, is to have to walk around with two different identities, be two different people, and all of that. That's just too much for me. So I'm glad I got out of that environment.
Well, how I talk and how you met me, that's how I was in corporate. And I still got fired. And they told me in my paperwork in one job, they was like, oh, you're too forward.
Ooh.
I didn't know that you could fire somebody for being too forward. And it's like, I'm not being forward. I'm honest. If you're doing wrong things, I'm just trying to figure out why isn't no one saying anything? Why are you able to continuously harm people and say, oh, this is a peaceful or a great working environment?
Crazy.
So I never understood that. I never got that. And, I heard about the code switch and I saw it. Most definitely. But to me, I agree that if you have to code switch or you have to put on airs, it's harmful, because you never really get to be your authentic self. How you really feel or believe in certain things never gets to be actualized or realized. So people kind of just, think that you somebody you're not.
Yeah, but if you think about it on a psychological level, they gotta know, right? Because it sounds like when you said what you're too forward, that sounds like you're being too black to me. That's code for you being too black. But they gotta know that, because they got all types of stereotypes in their head about who we are and how we talk. And anytime you get close to that, they get scared. They afraid. But they gotta know when people are doing the other thing too, right? So that gives them a sense of empowerment, because you're changing who you are. Like, that's how I even feel in my spirit. If you got a code switch, you're giving up power to these people in a way that is unnatural to me. So yeah, that's
I agree, and that's why it's a hard pill to swallow. Again, we're having a conversation about, and no, I don't think no one really answered that question that I asked, that I posed to the room, and I said, well, do you think that people gravitate to wanting using term? Actually, no, men's probably did, but the question of, do you think the reason why we do the things that we do is because, we're so used to seeing ourselves, in degradation, that we can't seem to really envision ourselves being in control or successful or as a group, not just as individuals, but as a group. And I think men's was the only one to answer it, because it just seems like people want to kind of digress to the most low level. And it's not everybody, but it just seemed like the majority in that space wanted to be at a certain level and it be okay and accepted. And then that's it. I don't know.
Oh, you talking about that last space we were in yesterday?
Mm-hmm.
Okay, got you. So yeah, that one, I'm reading the room. That's why I really sit back and listen and watch the back and forths to really gauge where people are going, because I had seen some posts prior to that space that I thought was like, oh, okay, this is going to be a not necessarily a rundown space, but like let's check this person and get this person, the proper information at least. But then I could tell as it was going on that that's not really what it was. It was more of a let's collaborate and work together space, which is fine. People do what they got to do, what they believe in. Um, so I was a little more like, okay, well, let me listen, and then go from there. That the one co-host that you mentioned, I really, I mean, just some people, if you just let them talk long enough, you're gonna know what type of individual they are. You're gonna really understand their level of comprehension and whether or not they have, intelligence, in my opinion. Because I don't think just knowing things is the same as intelligence, and being able to apply information and knowledge to me is a real true sign of intelligence. So when I hear certain people talk, I'm like, yeah, there's a lot of information there, but the application of it is not yet fully matured. And that's the way I kind of read that situation. But I don't try to go in and exert my belief system on other people. I try to stay within the
Yeah.
bounds of the conversation, but I also because like when I had went out, I was actually at Walmart shopping, and I was listening to that other space, and I was like, okay, yeah, body, and then right at the end when I heard the whole thing about there's no systemic racism, let's get off of that. I was like, oh damn, okay, that's a problem. And because if you don't believe that that exists, then you really don't believe that anything as far as Black America is concerned, like the civil rights movement, Reconstruction, the Civil War, like none of it. The American, like all these wars we fought in, all these amendments that we got, all of this legislation that we keep talking about, if you don't believe that there's a system in place that has always been in place, to be quite honest, and that's why I sent all this wealth gap information, and then it was about institutions. Okay, well, every United States government institution on every single level is a part of the system, no matter how you look at it, whether it's the local
Right.
school board, the police, the judicial system, which is why we got so many people falsely incarcerated. There's a brother on death row that's facing execution that they're saying DNA has proven that he wasn't involved in it. They're trying to save his life. So that's a system right there. That's an institution right there. Um, I think you got to be blind to verbalize that these things don't exist, when, to be, if we're being very honest, any honest person who is a non-Black American descendant will tell you that they know it exists, and can tell you the many different ways that they see it, in their personal experience or otherwise. So yeah, I mean,
I
it's
mean, the mere fact that people are having the conversation of leaving the Democratic Party tells you that systemic racism exists, and that people are looking for representation, and for people who they vote in office to fix things that are impacting them in a huge way. So that's why that didn't make any sense to me. And I agree with what you're saying. It didn't make any sense at all to me, because there's no way that he's lived that long of a life and that he has not ran into. That's kind of like Tommy Sotomayor talking about something he never experienced racism.
You know what? But
And
if you notice that group of people that put on the full clown suit, and that's how I would see it. They always say that. That's what it's either color blindness, racism doesn't exist. They got a playbook or they got a script that they all got to memorize, and they all say those same talking points. It's actually um I want to say it's frightening, but it's not because I've heard it, I've seen it so many times over and over. If you listen to Larry Elder, it's the same it's the same talking points. And so that's more problematic to me because if you're going to the Republican Party to get power, you should be going there to get power. You should be going there in a powerful way. You should not be bending the knee and begging for scraps from the table. You should be going and demanding full representation and you know really implementing your will on these people, to be quite honest, and whatever that means or however that's done. That whole precinct strategy, that was the, I don't know if you were in that space, but that was like the second time I heard about that. And that is, it sounds really, really, really good. It's a really phenomenal thing to know and hear about. And if we could get to that position in a concentrated manner, in a concentrated state, it would be like, bam, you're the gatekeeper. Now you determine who gets on the ballot, yada yada, whatever. That makes perfect sense to me, and I wrote it down. That was like a month ago was the first time I heard it, and then I heard, I think it was Isaiah who had a guy in there talking about it. Yeah, brother from Arizona. And so it was like, wow, this is nice to hear this information again. But where we sit now, and this is kind of, and again, I'm in a space where I'm not going to go in and insert and exert my will on the space because I understand the purpose of the space. But you can't tell me where I live, southwestern Pennsylvania, that I'm going to go out, get a precinct chair, and then I'm going to determine who wins elections for the Republican Party because the Republicans don't win here. The Democrats win. So I could be the precinct chair for the Republican Party, the Green Party, Libertarian Party. What difference is it going to make? They're never going to win. It's the same thing in Delaware, in places that have these deeply entrenched blue states, blue cities, where you can't even, compete unless you're got a D next to your name or blue or whatever the case. And so you gotta be strategic in what you're saying. And so if there was a path to power, it would be through the Democrat Party. Unfortunately, that's the way it is in certain parts of the country until you can either demographically shift the vote because you moved in a bunch of Republicans, or um, you did the really because even in that space they said this is like a decade long plan. Well, if this is a decade long plan, the migration is a plan that can happen in half that time. To be quite honest, two election cycles, you could move 100,000 people in every year, and within 5 years, you'd have enough votes to take over the whole state in multiple states. To be quite honest, so we got to make a decision. But if I was going to choose between 10 years to get to a precinct level and then try to build up enough voters to where that made sense in Minnesota, for instance, to me, that's a uphill battle that's not even worth fighting in the state of Minnesota, which is heavily democratic. And they got that huge foreign population up there. Our population is dwindling. We don't got no power, no chance in hell to do anything up there. Even if all 300,000 of us were Republicans, it wouldn't make a difference in a state like that. And that's the reality of our situation, that some of the red versus blue people don't really understand, and can't really explain to the folks that you're in a no-win situation. And that's really what I think, because we're fighters and we're survivors, and it's always got to be a thing where we're figuring out a way to make it happen. that we got to really just look at some of these situations and say, this is a no-win situation, period. I know people don't like to hear that, but there are a lot of them out there that's like that. They're just no-win situations. So
Yeah. Shout out to the room. Welcome everyone. I don't know what's going on with the spaces. I know there's Twitter, or excuse me, X has changed up the interface on how people access it. I don't know if it's for everybody, but I'm glad that you made it here, and I hope you join in the conversation. And I guess we'll get started.
yeah, so for those in the space, and I wish I could have told Black American Home this. So on the this desktop version, if you got a laptop computer, even on your phone, if you got a web browser, you can now go into spaces. You can now talk in spaces on the web browser. I've done it a couple times over the past few days. The jumbotron just appeared the last time I was in a space. It wasn't there the first couple times I did it. You can talk, but you can't raise your hand because there's no like little heart for you to put up emojis or whatever. So you kind of just gotta jump in and let people know you're on the the web browser version or whatever. If the host, I guess once hosts figure that part, they understand it. They'll adjust accordingly. But that is one option. Other thing is on my phone. The first time this has ever happened, I was in a habit of going through and deleting my cache and my data from Twitter. And last week, it actually gave me an alert telling me there was a bug in Twitter and that I had to delete the cache. Because last week, I think, man, I crashed out of this space a couple dozen times and it was relentless. Oh yeah, Black American Home, and I hope you got that. You can get on. You can actually co-host from the web browser. If you got like Samsung internet or something like that, you can speak over there as well. And you may have to delete your cache and your data from the Twitter app because that is the problem I had last week. Once I got rid of it, once I deleted it, it seemed to smooth out. So it's something that I used to do it like once a month as a habit. I'm gonna probably try to start doing it every couple weeks just to make it a routine. But they put a lot of like for my account especially, someone sent me a thing saying they couldn't see it. They had it set up as potential sensitive content, and that's what they've done to me probably for a year now. And they probably are putting like little cookies and different things, attaching it to this app, and likely on the account as well. So some people have that issue going on. It sucks. It is what it is, but we try to push through. We do broadcast on our YouTube channel. We do broadcast on Funded Socially. I'm actually putting that link in now, so that people can watch it on Funded Socially and on YouTube as well. So we've been doing pretty good with getting most of them, like 95% of them, on YouTube and on other places, Funded Socially. So let me get Black American Homeland up here. Yeah, but we got this Tupac interview. It's his prison interview. It's a little lengthy. I'll probably break it down to like 10-minute segments, because last week we started with Tupac, and I didn't get a chance to play any of this, but I wanted to play some of it at least, so we could get a good sense of where his mind was at. And it was one of those things where a young black man with infinite potential to do really, really good things. And any other, and this is the reality of the systems of oppression and marginalization in this country. Any other group that had a talent such as his, that had the mind that he had, would have put him in a position to help people, to be an asset to their community, to build and grow and turn things around if that was the situation, or add to things that were already growing. With our people, they tend to destroy leaders and people who they fear will actually benefit the community in some way, shape, or form. So the title is "They Can't Kill Us All," and the reason is because they can't. They absolutely can kill us all. They are picking us off one by one, and they have poisons in the food, which more of us die from heart disease than anything else. Heart disease and cancer, and a lot of those ailments go back to the food that we eat. To be quite honest, but things are accelerating in the ways that they move against people. They're talking about putting vaccines in food, and just a lot of bizarre things are occurring with biotechnology, something that we should all be aware of, and try to keep an eye on. The things that they tell us about, because there's probably a million things that they never will tell us about till it's too late. Um, and so this is it's just one of those things. But what's going on, Black American Homeland, Black Southern Strategy? Say what's up to you, and then I'm gonna play this video.
Hey, how you doing, guys? Hello, Rella. Hey, Black.
Hi, Black. How are you?
Hey, I'm doing pretty good. Hey, look, I had a hard time getting on this app, so so this is why I'm using the Black Southern Strategy. So you guys doing okay?
We're doing okay. Maybe we have to. So I always Newscutter has a. He does have a. I think he does have kind of like a drop-in chat for, I don't know who created that. It's been there for a minute, so I don't know if maybe we're gonna have to do something like that, because they've changed the algorithm so much so that people are not even going to be able to see the spaces like they used to anymore, unless you actually open up your menu through your profile. At least that's how I was able to. Well, I actually just got to it by clicking on Black's avatar, because I saw that he had the little speaker icon, and I know the time to come on. But they're making it difficult for people to communicate, and if you are not tech savvy, which I think it does impact a lot of people who maybe aren't, or who don't know how to navigate to actually have conversations. And especially, I think it's probably targeting to us, since they put out that what was that special that's getting ready to come out about Twitter and Black Twitter. I'm like, oh my God, another target on us. So yeah.
Okay. Black. So whatever you have to do, man, I'm behind you. And so what are we talking about today?
We talking about they can't kill us all, and they can't kill us all, especially when we're concentrated, especially when we have authority and power and the ability to defend ourselves at the state level, county level, local level. It's one of those things where that fear talk comes up a lot. But the reality is when you're scattered across 50 states or 30 states, whatever the number is, where we have these high populations, it's a lot easier for them to target us in these smaller groups. It just is. I mean, it's much easier for them to marginalize us and economically kill us when we're scattered across these states in the way that we are today. So it's all about a calculation. It's all about a decision. Everybody has a decision to make, of course. I was in the space yesterday. Shout out to Miss from California. She was just like, it's done, it's over, screaming it from the rooftops. It's done, it's cool. And putting all our hopes into this Trump presidency, which I just don't want people to get too much on the Trump train, if you will. Make sure you got a parachute. Make sure you got a backup plan. Make sure that you can get off of that train if and when it seems or it becomes obvious that that's not really going to be a permanent solution. Some people are just looking for like a little more time, a reprieve, but a little more time for what? A reprieve from what? Because, you know, during Malcolm X's time, 60 years ago, they had a Black American political party that they were building, and Malcolm was being asked to run for Senate, and he was talking about districts and the numbers of votes, and so he was breaking down politics. When he left the NOI, he got extremely political. You go fast forward 30 years later, when Jesse Jackson is running, and he won all those votes, had all that power, and he just gave it away and got absolutely nothing in return. And then I'm gonna play the clip of this woman who had a Black American political party in '88 and was on all 50 state ballots, the first time that had ever happened in American history. And not too many people have ever heard of her. I certainly never heard of her. I know it's National International Women's Month or whatever it is. So shout out to her. We're gonna play her interview. I think it was Tony Brown's Journal that asked her a bunch of questions. And So that was actually a really good watch. She's very intelligent. She actually is still around. She had always kind of been around, but she just never got the traction that was, I guess, more outside because she's from New York. I guess she never really got a lot of traction outside of New York, although she was getting black press. She was getting these interviews. She was on the Mick, what is it, the Mick something hour on PBS, which is a really you know prestigious political channel back then during her run. It just turns out
Are
that
you talking about Chisholm? Are you talking about Chisholm?
no. This is not Chisholm. This is we're gonna play. I can't remember her name off the top, but Chisholm was like,
Okay.
what was she in, like the 70s? I want to say I'm not even sure
Yeah,
what her
she was in the 60s, 70s.
60s 70s. Yeah, this woman was in '88. She ran after Jesse Jackson decided to give up his delegates and give all his power to the Democrat Party. She kind of and she'll talk about that, but she kind of said, I'm a complete the black agenda. This is what's so crazy to me is all of these talking points that I hear in this space over the last few years, they're all repeated verbatim 30 years ago, 60 years ago. It's actually pretty astonishing when you think about it, but it's also very, very, very sad because nothing has changed. It's only gotten worse. It hasn't improved in any significant way. We just keep repeating the same cycle over and over again, and we keep thinking that we're the first people to say these things, but no, we've been saying this stuff. We've been saying it over and over and over again. And the big problem for us is what our ancestors faced in the 1900s, early 1900s. They got demographically buried under 30 million during the turn of the century, 30 million plus Europeans. But they had been bringing those Europeans in here since like the early 1800s. And they didn't really slow down. They're still bringing them in. It's been over 100 million Europeans that have come into America, and now that they're opening it up to the world, and they really have this goal of hitting 400 million. We're 70 million away from that number. That's the plan, and that's the part that we just gotta really kind of come to grips with and figure it out quickly because man, it's going to be mass devastation, like really mass devastation.
Hey, Blood, you know what? I remember you said 88, right? To me, 88 was a very important time for me, right? I'm in college, right? Um, I did have a lot of I was optimistic about the United States and everything. However, something happened in 88. I think with Dukakis losing, and Bush became president, right? And
Bush.
no, was it Bush? Yeah, it was Bush. Bush became president, and I started losing my optimism for America, right? And that's when I started looking internationally, right? And I remember I got my passport in 1989, and I started traveling in 19.
Wow.
So yeah, 1988 was a point for me.
Wow.
That's when I started just losing all hope in the United States. This is during the crack era hit Virginia really hard in 88, 89, 90. During that time that that was a turning point for me. Yeah.
Understood.
Yeah.
Go ahead. I'm sorry.
Oh yeah, that's all I have to say. Yeah.
We have Second Piece. Hey, Second Pieces.
Hey, how are you? How's everyone? Thank you for inviting me to speak, or accepting my request to speak, rather. Was it Fulani that you're speaking about, Black majority?
Bing, bing, bing. You get the prize. You get the prize.
Okay.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Yeah,
that's all I wanted to say. I thought I remembered her, too.
What's the name again?
Fulani.
Yeah, I'm gonna play her. I'm gonna play her interview with Tony Brown's Journal. A lot of questions are from the audience, but he's kind of facilitating it.
There's an echo. Sorry.
Oh, my bad. Damn it. Let me leave the space then. Leave.
You got it, Black. I think there was an echo on your mic. I'm not sure why.
Yeah, because I was in the space with the other device. So yeah, that's cool. I'm gonna play it off of this device. I did get a little the little DJ box, but I haven't had a chance to play with it and set it up yet. And maybe I'll try to figure that out for next week, because that Tupac revolutionary speech is definitely worth listening to. So yeah, Miss Fulani, and I don't know her last name, but shout out to Second Pieces for knowing that. Again, probably a regional, East Coast presence that she probably had, but she is still around seemingly and active. But you're gonna hear so many talking points that are gonna sound super familiar in this interview. It's actually, again, pretty kind of disturbing, to be honest, but yeah, so here we go.
But Fulani may be more important to Dukakis' chances than Jesse Jackson. And before you laugh, consider this. There are 9 states that control 241 of the 270 electoral college votes needed to win the presidency. That means that nearly 90% of electoral votes needed to win are in only 9 states: California, Florida, Illinois, New Jersey, Michigan, New York, Ohio, Pennsylvania, and Texas. And ironically, because of segregation, blacks are so concentrated in those states that in a close race between the Democrats and Republicans, an organized black vote would swing the election. It would certainly ruin the chances of the Democrats if even a small percentage defected or stayed at home. But if a black independent candidate carried 1/2 of those 9 states, he or she could defeat either Dukakis or Bush in 1988. I'm Tony Brown. In a moment, where do Democrats go from here?
Tony Brown's Journal is brought to you by Pepsi and its bottlers. This program is part of Pepsi-Cola's continuing support of your community's cultural, educational, and business interests.
Our guest on this program is independent presidential candidate Dr. Lenora Fulani of the New Alliance Party. Dr. Fulani, how long have you been running for president?
I've been running since June of 1987. I kicked off with the slogan, 2 roads are better than one, which involved supporting Jesse Jackson in the Democratic primary. If Jesse had won, I would have gone with him. But also, just in case he did not, being available to be on the ballot in all 50 states so that the people of this country would have the opportunity to vote for a candidate who stood for the rainbow movement.
Now, in that period of time you've been running, you've been called a lot of things. One of which is I read an article, quote from an article in Atlanta, and a columnist, and the word kook was used. Do you see what you're doing as kookish?
No, neither do the people who control this country. They, after all, cover kooks all the time. What they're really afraid of is the power of an independent, a black-led and multiracial third party in this country. I've been on a 30-city crusade over the last 3.5 weeks out of Atlanta, gone smack dab into the heart of the black community, taking out a message that we need to transform the outrage that we feel at the Democratic Party's selection of Dukakis and Benson into a defeat for the Democratic Party. We need to dump Michael Dukakis and beat them bad, and let them know that under no circumstances ever again should they take the black vote for granted.
The prevailing logic, of course, is, and I read this, I read an article by a black writer a few weeks ago, and I'm having difficulty following the logic, and that is he didn't like Dukakis, he didn't like Dukakis' choice of Benson, he didn't like the way Dukakis treated Jesse, he didn't like the fact that Dukakis kicked off his campaign in Mississippi where Reagan did and communicated a white Southern strategy, but we've got to vote for Dukakis because we've got to keep Bush out.
One of the reasons why that strategy is being pushed by, unfortunately, a lot of black leadership is because they need to hold on to their jobs. But the people in this country are not going to get jobs out of the Democratic Party winning. We have to look, for example, at the promotion of the black agenda that Minister Farrakhan presented in Atlanta the week of the Democratic Party convention. I was outside with a host of black folks, with a lot of progressive people from all over this country, with a number of black leaders who were outraged at what was going on inside the Omni. We may not have all agreed on the strategy and the direction to go, but we knew that what the Democratic Party was doing meant no good for black folks. We have to look at who Dukakis and Benson happen to represent. We have a selection in a year where Jesse Jackson's campaign was the most exciting and powerful and moving thing that happened. We still end up with 4 white millionaires upon which to choose from. No wonder over half of the people in this country don't vote, because that's not a real choice. I'm appealing to my brothers and sisters all over this country, to progressive people all over this country. We have the option, the opportunity to use my campaign to gain leverage from a Democratic Party defeat. Just think on November 9th, them waking up and saying, my goodness, black folks did not vote for a Democrat. And not only did they not vote for a Democrat, they voted for a black woman who's an independent candidate, who's basically putting out the message that there are real things that we want. We want jobs, we want education, we want health care, we want a slashing of the budget, and we want that money to revitalize our communities. And if you don't give that to us, we will not give it to you. If we care about a black agenda that speaks to the issues of health care and housing and justice, if we care about the passions and struggles of our people, we have to break out of this two-party monopoly. It's very insulting. It does not work. It's not empowering. I am the tool that the people of this country have in November, in particular in the black community, and it's very, very exciting, and they're scared. They wish I was a kook.
I read another article in the New York Voice, black newspaper in New York, and the writer said that there were repeated jabs at Jesse Jackson at your national convention, the New Alliance's national convention in New York, where you were nominated by your party. That quote, you did not want to be an important black in the Democratic Party. You wanted to be to change politics on behalf of the black community, and that was construed as though it were a jab at Jesse Jackson. Could you elaborate on that?
Well, see, Jesse is not my enemy. I think Jesse has done a brilliant job. He put black folks at the head of a rainbow movement. We're leading a progressive movement in this country with the leadership of the gay and lesbian community, of the feminist community, of the Native American community. We're standing in the midst of history, taking the country in a direction that we've taken this country many, many many times before because we provide progressive leadership. I think Jesse did a brilliant and splendid job. Unfortunately, Tony, I think he took us to the wrong place because he took us inside a party that would not allow for him to be their leader, that would not allow for him to be one of their candidates. I'm no novice to racism, but when I watched on national TV our brother and leader speaking about the insult, the calculated insult of a Michael Dukakis and a Paul Kirk and the Democratic National Committee, they could not find a dime to call Jesse up when they knew he would be the first person gone to when this announcement about Benson came out. But they did that because they think they can get anybody, a member of the Klan, put him on the stage, call him a Democrat. Black folks are dumb enough to come out and vote for them, and that we'll just go along with the plan. We absolutely can't do that. So I'm not Jesse's enemy. Even people, I've been a staunch supporter of Jesse financially. As every time I took my campaign out, I took his out. In 1988, in November, I'm supporting Jesse even more strongly than Jesse can support himself because he decided to run as a loyal Democrat. If we want Jesse to run in 1992, Fulani is still our best bet because if Dukakis wins in 88, Jesse can't run for 8 years. We can't have that happen. We can't put our movement on the shelf for 8 more years and watch the Democrats do Reaganomics their style. We really have to come out and take advantage of my campaign. I'm yours.
What do you think of what she's saying?
I think she's right on.
Why is she right on?
Because I think that 7.5 million of us are just sick and tired of the Democratic Party taking us for granted.
30 million of us.
Well, 30 million of us.
Jesse got 7.5 million.
Right, okay, all righty. So we're very happy that there's a Dr. Fulani here with us. That's why
You plan to vote for her?
I certainly do.
Are you a member of her party?
I certainly am.
Okay. Is there anyone here who's not a member of her party? Yes, sir. Stand up, please.
I am a member of the party.
All right.
What I would like to address to Dr. Fulani is based on the political situation here, what are you doing to get the attention of the Black communication media? As Mr. Brown has stated, they're all talking about what the Democrats have done to us, but what the Republicans have, but they have not put you on the front page of their publication. And this is what I think they ought to begin to do.
Well, may I say this before you answer, Dr. Fulani? I know a lot of what I know about Dr. Fulani. I got out of Black newspapers. The Houston Defender had a front page, 6-column headline on her. The New York Voice has reported on her repeatedly, the Black American. Now, I don't know if all of them have, but I can say to some extent she is, the only place she is being reported on is in the Black press.
I agree with you that there are some little articles that a particular writer.
She's not being treated like Jesse Jackson is. That's what
she's not being treated like Jesse Jackson. They're not coming out and saying we endorse her. They're not putting her on the front page.
Well,
sure, they might put her on page 9.
But aren't we, Dr. Fulani, aren't we going through the transition, many Blacks anyway, 95% who voted for Jesse Jackson, through the transition of moving from the success of Jackson to the next step? I read an article by one of his staunch supporters, and the headline was, Jesse, what next? It was not disrespectful that Blacks are going to have to make another political move, but the point was they're now saying, what do we do now? I don't know if it's a Black press or not.
They say, what should we do now? And Dr. Fulani has already told them what to do. So why is the Black communication addressing that instead of what she's already told them what we should do?
Well, I think one of the answers is that Blacks in this country control very little in the area of communications. I was amazed when you said you were in Atlanta, something as significant as Blacks, yourself in particular, who were there giving another point of view. And I watched all 3 networks. I never knew any of that took place until I read it in a Black newspaper.
One of the things that's exciting is that what they wanted to do with Atlanta was to pretend like there was no protest. They let us be on the stage. They let us dance in their hotels and come to their convention. And that was supposed to be unity. But there were lots of people before Atlanta, during Atlanta. People came to me outside of the Omni in the protest site and said, Dr. Fulani, I would love to walk out of the convention, but once you get inside, they lock the door. And They're not. These folks are not into democracy, and they definitely are not into people, especially black folks, exerting our choices. You can't fight for the black agenda within the Democratic Party.
Too. From what I read, it's all I know about you. Your views and Jesse's are almost similar. Both of you are way to the left. Am I accurate?
Well, all you have to do to be way to the left in 1988 in America is to say people should eat, they should have health care, they should have decent housing.
I think the way I'm defining the left and the way it's being defined is that who will pay for it. And when you say the government should pay for it, we say it's left. When you say the government shouldn't pay for it, we say it's to the Bill of Rights. But even Dukakis obviously is running middle to right, and he's having a great difficulty with calling himself a liberal. And I would like to say this to the audience before we proceed. We asked the Dukakis campaign for more than 2 weeks to have a representative of the Dukakis campaign here on this program, and after 2 weeks, they still did not, whatever it is, provide us with a representative. Yes, sir.
Yeah, what do you expect, bro?
I'd like to ask somewhat of a controversial question, and I don't want this to be misconstrued as that I wouldn't support you if you were there, but let's just presume that all of us as minorities just go out and vote for you on that day just for the heck of it to see what happens, and you win. Explain to me and make me feel comfortable that you're prepared to run the country for me for the next 4 years.
One thing that you should feel comfortable with is that I'm not Ronald Reagan. That should put you way ahead of it. I guess the other point is that I believe that what we need in this country, desperately need, is leadership. The whole issue of relating to qualifications, historically relative to the presidential race, is that you have to be a white, wealthy millionaire whose positions are totally determined from the vantage point of General Motors and multinational corporations. I don't pretend to know all of the answers to all of the problems and crises that exist in this country, but I do know that we need much more participation on the part of the American people. I do know that the Black agenda is tremendously important. I think that the issue is how does the money of the people of this country get spent? The government can give us nothing other than what we've given to them. And I think what's strongly missing are priorities being set from the vantage point of us, from the people who've built this country from the ground up. And I could do a tremendously wonderful job in providing leadership to that, as could Jesse, much better than a Ronald Reagan or Michael Dukakis, because we are not their priority. They are experts when it comes to multinational corporations. Jesse and I are experts when it comes to the people of this country. That's Dr. a very different kind of qualification.
Let's move aside whether or not you're able and capable of running America. Is your strategy to run America, or is your strategy to decide who will run America?
Well, it's to do both. And I'll tell you how come. Basically, if we make a decision, for example, in November, of who ends up in the White House, it will elevate and enhance the position of the Black agenda, the struggles of progressive people, to the top in this country overnight. They will have to sit down, and they won't call me. You know who they're going to call? They're going to call Jesse. And they're going to say, Jesse, what happened? I thought you had your people under control, you know, and Jesse can say from a point of dignity and strength and power that the stakes have risen, that my people are saying we want the Jesse Gray housing bill passed for real. We don't think that people should be living on the streets in the wealthiest nation in the world. We want a national health care program for real. We want, when the Democrats who control the Congress sit down and talk with Republicans about the budget deficit, for some decisions to be made relative to the people of this country. We need a national health care program. How is it possible that Reaganomics was able to flourish in the way that it has over the last 8 years without complicitness from a Democratic Party-controlled Congress? They need to learn how to say no to the Republicans and yes in our behalf. And if they won't do that, then we need to say no to the Democrats. And that's what my candidacy represents.
I'd like to ask somebody in the audience to answer this question for me. Blacks have given the Democrats in almost every 4-year presidential election 90-95% of our votes. Is anyone in here satisfied with what the Democrats have done for blacks as a result? Is there anyone? If it is, just put your hand up. You don't even have to speak. All right, is there anyone in here who is not happy with what black people got for giving the Democrats their votes? Now that is a statement, a ponderous statement. And I think to some extent, Dr. Fulani, many of us who are black are afraid of a black being president.
Well, I think what many of us have been taught is that we for number one, are not qualified. I was listening to the show before in terms of stereotypes, and it's very, very important to realize that we ask all kinds of things of Black presidential candidates, of Black everythings, than we do of white folks who are running for the same office. We don't know what k1ll's qualifications are.
Did you serve in the National Guard, Dr. Villani? Did you burn up your draft card? Mr. Senator k1ll says he's qualified.
Right on. Tell me about it.
Yes, sir. Stand up, please.
How you doing, Dr. Villani, right?
Yes, I'm doing great, bro.
Great. There seems to be a dilemma about the corporation paying taxes. So what I'm about to ask you is pertaining to taxes. As we all know that the corporation, General Motors, pay less taxes than the individuals is. So my question to you is, what would you do to make a fair deal with the corporation paying taxes as well as individuals? And there's like a dilemma situation. If the corporations were to pay a lot of taxes, then there'd be less jobs. So how would you rectify, or how would you steer that situation?
Well, I think what we're staring at from is the corporation paying no taxes or a minimum amount of dollars in terms of taxes, and the majority of people paying the majority of taxes in this country. That's a problem. I don't think we have to be so beholden to corporations in the way, for example, Ed Koch happens to be in this city of ours. I think we have to be very, very clear about the relationship between the kinds of money that is pulled out of our community and then spent in other places, never, ever on our behalf. Congressman Conyers has a bill, for example, that calls for a moratorium on plant closings so that wealthy corporations can decide that they can make more profits some other part of the country or the world and just close down and leave thousands of people on the streets without jobs. And I'm not just talking about some wimpish 60-day notice. I think that's an outrageous expression of how little the Democratic Party will fight for the people of this country.
Dr. Villani, we're running out of time for the question.
Okay.
I'm just concerned that a lot of very cynical people, they're saying don't vote for Dukakis. The difficulty that I have with that is that how that will translate is that a lot of people won't vote.
Well, hopefully
they will vote for you if they choose to not vote for one of the major party candidates. But it is also important to not forget in the national election that things that happen at the state and local level also depend on whether or not you vote. City services. More AIDS babies are born in the Bronx, where I work, than anywhere else in the city. If people don't vote at the local level for whatever candidate or whatever party of their choice, they will get no services whatsoever. So that I'm glad to see you as an alternative. I don't know yet that I would vote for you. I'm glad that you are there, and I'll have to give serious consideration to that.
Well, hopefully I think people will come to realize that our people did not die in the streets for us to not vote. It's impotent. We don't have to write anybody's name in. We have the opportunity to use my campaign as a way to send a very serious and potent and powerful message to the Democratic Party. They'll be willing to sit down with us on a state and local level, even nationally, in a way that they weren't willing to do in this past, at the Democratic Party convention, because we hold in our hands something that they need, our votes, and they can't win without it. It's a very potent choice to say to the Democrats, not only do we support Reverend Jackson's political agenda, but we will go outside of the party and vote independent in order to hold on to it. It's up to the people in this room and the people in this country who know about this campaign to take the message out that I'm on the ballot in all 50 states and the District of Columbia, and recognize that that represents history for our people and for the United States of America.
Ms. Villani, you have access to some of the positive aspects of your campaign, but I believe there are a number of negatives which I'd like you to address. The first is that though you agree ideologically with Jackson, you are in direct opposition to him to the extent that he's enthusiastically supporting Dukakis, openly campaigning for him and not for you. So though you agree with him, you can't deny that you're going to be working against each other to the extent you're working for others. And then secondly, to the extent that Jackson has millions of loyal supporters who agree with his reasoning that that though we don't agree totally with the Democratic Party, it is our best bet, who are going to follow him. And I hope that you convince many Black people and others to support you. Would that create a division in the Black community and minority community between those who continue to support Jackson and those who continue to support you, and that would also be a negative.
Well, see, I don't think it's a negative, number one, that the Black community is not monolithic. I think this dialogue that's going on about which way for the Black vote is very exciting. It's what democracy is all about. It's every bit of it. I also want to underscore that Jesse made it very, very clear when he set out to run this time around that he was going to go with the Democratic Party nominee. That's what it means to run as a loyal Democrat. But there's 7.5 million people who gave him our votes who don't necessarily agree with that. Jesse left Atlanta with absolutely nothing. Nothing. All of what we worked for, all our passion, all of our energy got transformed into Dukakis and Benson. There is a lot of response to that. I'm out on the streets. I talk to our folks every day. People are saying, boy, I'm sure glad you existed. I didn't know you were running. You got my vote. Tell me what I can do, sister. We need to take this out. We're not talking about divisions. We're talking about there being an alive and passionate dialogue about which way the Black vote. We're talking about the Black community not being sold on this backward reactionary Dukakis Benson ticket. How dare Dukakis go to Philadelphia, Mississippi on the 24th anniversary of the murder of 3 civil rights activists and not one word come out about it and expect Black people to vote for him. We're talking about supporting Jesse in November of '88 by supporting his political agenda. That's the exciting thing. That's the important thing. That strengthens Jesse in a way that supporting Dukakis and Benson could never, ever. So people need to come with me.
I think that's true, but if you're right, subtly it's a criticism of Jackson in terms of not, a lot of it's a growing amount of that criticism, not coming out directly and saying Jackson is wrong or misleading the people, but it is going to cause people to have to make a choice. A lot of Black people between Jackson's direction in terms of staying within the Democratic Party and leaving it. And second, the reason the Black vote is important is because we are a substantial number. To the extent that we become divided, even though dialogue is good, to the extent that 30 million or 7 million votes becomes 3 million or a lesser fraction, that is bound to diminish the value of the Black vote as a large block. And that is really our only base of power and why other candidates should listen to us, because we do represent a certain number of votes, delegates, and so on and so forth. So I think that is something that is a real consideration.
Well, the Black vote is already diminished by the fact that many of us don't come out and vote at all for either of the two-party candidates because they always end up being quite wealthy millionaires. But I'm not being subtly critical about Jesse at all. I think Jesse has done a great job. What I'm saying is that we can't hide behind the job that he did and that brilliant performance and stay home when we have a Black independent woman running on his political agenda on the ballot. What I'm also saying is that I think in spite of Jesse's job, he attempted to do it within a party that has no respect for the Black community, the Black agenda, or the rainbow movement. So we can do something with what Jesse built for us. We can do something with all the potential that he opened up that he can't do by virtue of being loyal to Dukakis and Benson. We don't need to be ashamed of that. We need to be proud and forthright. We need to stand up and say, Jesse, I support you so much, I'm going straight ahead with Fulani.
Less than a minute.
Dr. Fulani, unfortunately, we've been geared to pit against one another. But indeed, if you were to split the Democratic vote, aren't you ensuring Jesse another chance in 1992?
Yes, I also want to make it clear that I don't care about the Democratic Party. I wouldn't care if the Democratic Party dissolved overnight. I think we deserve to pay that party back. People say I'm a spoiler. I am thrilled to be a spoiler. That party has spoiled so many attempts on the part of Black people and other disenfranchised people that we should go after it with a vengeance. We should say, absolutely not. You spit in our faces. We are not going to support you, and use our vote in a very smart and powerful way. Fulani is it. Come out and support my campaign.
Ooh, man, I'd vote for her right now, today. You know, man, did you hear those talking points? Did you hear everything that? Man, I swear to goodness, if you go in 10 different spaces, you're gonna hear everything she said. The names may have changed slightly, but overall, it's the same conversation. Nothing upon nothing has changed. Jesse actually did phenomenal in that race in '88. 7.5 million is the votes they keep mentioning. He got a lot of delegates. He was leading in the early stages of the race, and then they had that convention, which was like a political lynching. Let's just keep it a buck. He got absolutely nothing for it. He capitulated, and that whole establishment black Democrat puppet thing kind of went into full gear, and it hasn't slowed down. It hasn't let up. That was roughly 35, 36 years ago, and we just been stuck in the mud of the decisions that were made back then. This woman is phenomenal, this Fulani. Um, Everything she said, I agree with. I can't. Well, there was the little LGBT feminism, rainbow, whatever. Um, I get it, I got it, but damn, look at the damage that has wrought on the Black American community. It was like we were already setting ourselves up to be backdoored, even way back then. And it's like, as far as the political black establishment, they still haven't learned that lesson, and or they understand it completely. They're complicit. They just don't care about the fallout as far as how it affects the rest of us, as long as they continue to get reelected and they continue to increase their 401ks and their retirement packages, or whatever the case may be. So I just really, really appreciated that interview, and her intelligence, and how she kind of really understood what was going on then. And here's what's sad. And in my mind, I'm thinking, she was a fairly young black woman then. I've seen some recent pictures of her with gray hair and everything. She's continued to be an activist, which is kind of, I guess once it's in your blood, you kind of stay there. But I would love for her to be interviewed about the what ifs, and I wonder where she sits today, politically minded, because there's a brother out in Minnesota who is I want to say he's the state attorney general, and I posted on Funded Socially way back in, man, I want to say '92. He wrote an article about black majority states, about the government. He was attached to the NOI. So he wrote this article as a college student. And now, oh my God, his politics are so completely the opposite of that. Like, how does a mind change so dramatically? Um, and so I wonder where this woman is at, if she has become an establishment Democrat, or if she is still, on the revolutionary side of things. Um, yeah, they talked about the vote, 7.5 million votes, and then they started talking about 30 million. But I got to assume that was the total population of Black America. It certainly couldn't have been eligible voters in our population. Um, But what I do know is this, and I kind of sent somebody this on the back channel. The 2020 election was decided by 4 states: Georgia, Pennsylvania, Arizona, and Wisconsin. Those 4 states. And a total of 125,000 votes is what determined who became president in 2020. Pennsylvania has a significant black population. Obviously, Georgia does. Wisconsin and Arizona has about 400,000 black citizens, and in those states, I think it was like 10 to 20,000 was the margin between Trump and Biden. And so I'm a very strong, when I look at these numbers, I'm I'm extremely confident that the black vote specifically, was manipulated. I don't know about the other votes because I don't really care. But I know that Biden represents that he got 22% of his votes were black American. That's about 18 million. Um, everywhere I look, whether it's the Pew Research, and I just did a thing with Statista, they all say it was under 60% of our eligible population, under 60%, that actually voted in that election. And that's about the average. It only spiked twice during Obama's runs in 2008 and 2012. So outside of that, going all the way back to 1964, it's roughly somewhere around 60% of eligible voters. That number is 18 million. And when you know how populations...
Hey, Black, I can barely hear you, man.
Really? Does it sound low?
Yeah, this past minute, it's been kind of weird.
Okay, maybe I'm in the matrix. I'll pop out and pop back in.
All right.
Wow. That's the thing. You never know when you're in the matrix on this thing, man. Like, there's no way for me to know. Oh, and you can't even get back like that. Like I used to be able to get back. It's crazy. It's just, sir, are we in? Did we get in? Okay. Yeah, you got to go to the profile. Okay. So.
Okay, I can hear you now. I can hear you real good right now.
Awesome. If everybody in space will get a chance to share out the space, because obviously, if you're on the app, you can't see the spaces. Nobody else can see the spaces. Normally, when I go out and come back in, I'll go to the top. The space is usually the first one, but I actually had to go to my avatar to actually get back into space. So definitely tweet it out if you can, and let people know that we are in here chopping it up a little bit. But yeah, I was saying how those 4 states determine the election, and how 60% of our eligible voters, which is right around 30 million in 2020, would have been roughly 18 million. And that's the number of votes that they said Biden got. So if Biden got essentially 100% of our voters, because that's essentially what it is, 60% every time, then how did Trump get 10%? Or whatever the number they say is, somewhere between 10 and 12 or 15% of the vote. There would be no more votes left for Trump to get. That's number one. The other thing is, I'm someone who's registered as an independent. I didn't vote. I've talked to how many people on this app who are registered to vote that didn't vote. I gotta assume millions of registered Black voters didn't vote in 2020. And so how did they get the maximum number of votes just under Biden? Like, didn't any Black people vote for a libertarian or Kanye West? Kanye West got 6,000 votes over here, 6,000 over there, 10,000 over there. He got some votes. There were a couple libertarians and other third parties in the race as well. They got some votes. So it's just a little weird and beyond improbable, likely impossible, that 22% of Biden's votes were Black Americans. But that's from a Black American think tank that's in DC, that their office is like right up the street from the White House. And so I just don't trust the fact that they say Biden won. And it's again, I'm under this real, I'm very convinced that the reason that they keep us voting and or keep selling us the vote, and this is outside of that whole Voter Act, and we got to renew the Voter Act. That Renew the Voter Act is all about giving immigrants the right to vote. Period, point blank. There's nothing that they could do to take away Black American descendants' voting ability. That new thing is all about giving immigrants the same level, which is really them giving them a higher level over us. That's really what that's about. But outside of that, I think the only reason they got us on this vote kick, and if you heard that from 88, it's the same talking points, same exact talking points. Now, she was hitting it about, the fact that the power of the vote, yada, yada, yada. They were talking about the power of the vote. Again, I think it's a psychological operation to keep us from acknowledging, recognizing, and realizing that we have no actual power. They've been selling us the idea that we're the swing vote, that we're the deciding vote. The one guy who was talking about negativity, he had a one of those small hats on. He was a black man, but he had on a small hat, a yarmulke, right? Which was interesting. His questions were a little interesting in light of that. But he said, this is our only power in the country, is being this swing vote in these presidential elections. But I don't believe that that is actual reality. I really believe that it's just an illusion, a mirage, gaslighting at the highest level to keep us voting. So psychologically, you feel like you did something. Psychologically, if your candidate loses, it's one of, oh, okay, damn, next time we'll get them next time. 4 years will go by, then you'll get another time, so that your anger and or whatever political response that you would have naturally kind of dissipates. If your candidate, quote unquote, that you voted for wins, then you're essentially happy for the next 4 years. And I really am under the full impression that it is a population control vehicle. It's a psychological control vehicle, and that it is done intentionally so that we never get to a place where we feel like hopeless and desperate, like in the 50s and the 60s and and entering into the early part of the 70s, where the Black Liberation Army started to do what they thought they had to do because they felt like they were in a very desperate situation. They could smell it, they could breathe it, they could taste it. It was very clear to them. And part of the dumbing down and the numbing of the mind and the spirit of Black America politically has been the Novocaine of this 3-card Monty game with the vote, with the Black vote, of always centering the Black vote in liberal media. They're selling it to the white racist Republicans. So they're always angry and mad at the Black vote, as if they couldn't bury our vote. They could bury our vote without even thinking about it. When she said, even back then, half of the people in the country, more than half of the people in the country, didn't vote. That was in 1988. Same thing is true now. Non-voters, I believe in that election was 108 million non-voters, eligible voters, 108 million non-voters. They could bury the Black American vote any election cycle. And it wouldn't take 100%. It would only take, 20 million or so of them to bury our vote. So I just, because the way I'm looking at it, the way I see the numbers, the way I see it, how it plays out, and then it's a lot of money to be made in politics, a lot of money to be made in politics, to be quite honest. To her credit, there's another interview in 1992 where she was going to run again, and her New Alliance party qualified for matching funds. Now, if anybody was around when the Freedom Party was started and it became the Freedom Party, I believe, and the brother who was running that, he kept saying, we're just trying to get a certain percent of the vote so we can get matching funds, yada yada yada. He kept promoting that, and that's something that stuck in my head. Well, she achieved that in 1988. Again, here's a Black political party that set out a goal. They achieved it. She got a percentage of the vote. She got matching funds from the government. She tried to run again, I'm assuming in 92. I would have to go back and verify that, but she did all that stuff, and it really didn't materialize into much of anything. Unfortunately, I certainly wish it had. If the 7.5 million people that voted for Jesse, and that was early in the race, if they had turned around and supported her, and then maybe she could have doubled that number, she could have really derailed the Democrat Party, and they would have been forced, like she said, forced to come to the table to talk to her and talk to Black America, essentially. Um, so, that's one way to look at it. I just don't think we should put all of our eggs politically in the influence basket, because ultimately that's what it ultimately was going to be. She would never get enough votes to win nationally. She was looking to get enough votes to have a greater influence over the Democrat Party. But Jesse, who got the votes, who had the momentum, he couldn't leverage his own momentum and his own actual delegates to place himself as the vice president on the Democrat ticket in 1988, which is just a huge tragedy. Why Black people still continued voting for those people is only because, as they said over and over and over again in that interview, Jesse told them to. That's, oh dear God, Jesse has made, he's probably caused more harm to Black America than now, and let me say this for full disclosure: this woman was attached and or connected to Al Sharpton. In some of these pictures and some of these interviews, I see some connection to Al Sharpton. Just to keep it a whole buck with everybody, so everybody understands what was going on. She was very intelligent sounding, but she still has some wolves in her inner circle. I think there's an interview of her at the National whatever action network that Sharpton has later on in life. So shout out to the folks on YouTube as well. So that's kind of one of those things. And in retrospect, while she was trying to protect Jesse and saying very, nice things, in retrospect, he's done so much damage, to be frankly honest about it, that on that balcony, one would almost wish that, if you know what I'm saying, like without saying it, I think everybody understands what I mean when I say that. If MLK was still around and that individual was not, I think we would all be better off for it, to be quite honest. But yeah, shout out to Miss, I think her name was Lenora Fulani, an amazing Black woman celebrating, this Black Women's Month. For those that do celebrate it, or I guess it's Women's Month, Lenora Fulani. Yeah, just incredible. So I'm gonna try to find some of these posts that I've had about this topic, about the vote, the Black vote not having power, because I think we're still under the delusion that we have some type of power in this country with the vote. Being a minority, which that word came up multiple times. And that's another psychological operation. So you tell a population over and 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 over again that they're a minority, and then they take that word, they accept that word, they accept that reality, and then they start calling themselves minorities, which really means you never have any power. You've just accepted that you're never going to have any power. You're likely not going to have any wealth either, because economic wealth and political authority go hand in hand. So the moment that you accept being a minority, it's pretty much over at that point. And they had us really brainwashed a long time ago into the acceptance of being a minority. We should have fought back against that as much as we should have fought back against the N-word, or anything else that was derogatory in any way, shape, or form. I've got another interview with a Black woman who talks about Blacks and immigration. I believe she had wrote a book. This is another Tony Brown's Journal interview. And this is probably from the 80s again, if not the 80s or early 90s. And she breaks it down. She goes in, she goes in. And so again, when I say that the things that we talk about on these spaces, and there's probably at any given time a dozen spaces going on at the same time, they're all the same talking points from 30, 40, 50, 60, 100 years ago. Um, we've been saying the same thing over and over and over again, but up until the 70s, we were doing something about it, and then we just stopped. We just literally said, okay, put on the brakes, put the seatbelt on, and we've been driving in the slow lane ever since. People been blowing by us, honking a horn at us, running up on our bumper, trying to push us off the road, but we just keep on chugging along like driving Miss Daisy, man. I swear to goodness. Um, it's pretty sad. It's really, really sad. It's really, really sad. So I'm gonna set this one up. I don't know this woman's name, but I'm sure they'll do an introduction and everything with her, and she'll get to speak about her thoughts and opinions on immigration, because that is a hot button issue. That's the black swan event that is pushing Black Americans over to the Republican Party, specifically for Donald Trump, because he's making a lot of promises, and I believe he intends to do everything he says. But just understand, if you go back to 2016 and you watch a lot of Trump videos from 2016, there were a lot of things that he said he was going to do in 2016 that he just simply could not do. He certainly did not accomplish a lot of the things that he said he was going to do. And most of it, if you go back and watch a lot of those speeches, a lot of, stuff he was talking about was going to happen, it just never materialized. And partly because the president's not a dictator. This is not China. This is not Russia. These presidents are very limited in what they can do domestically. Miss Rella reposted a video of Ronald Reagan. I believe he was in New York City, and surrounded by a crowd, which you'll never see that today. That was insane. But the crowd was right up on him, screaming at him, and he's talking about all these programs he's going to do with the state and with private corporations, but essentially letting them know I can't just change your existence. There's really a what is the word? A pathway, a pipeline. There's a pipeline from the White House and Congress down to the states, how money gets distributed. Now sometimes they can do things with corporations and contractors and all of that. There's no question about that at the federal level. However, they're not going to give money directly to citizens unless, drum roll please, they're illegal immigrants. Yeah, go figure that out. Because they do what they want to do when they want to do it, and they certainly don't do what they don't want to do when they don't want to do it. So, if that isn't a slap in the face, I don't know what is. But in fairness, I guess if I can say that, there are a lot of NGOs, quote unquote, or a lot of organizations that get the money that then get turned over to these illegal immigrants. So there is a filtering process even in that, to be very, very clear about it. But at any rate, we talk about that a lot. We talk about how we get state authority, we get direct federal funds, we get control over our tax base, we can open up banks, we can start contracting with our Black American entrepreneurs. We can build wealthy citizens and families multi-generationally. We change the school education. There's a lot of things that we could do because now we have the authority and the power to do it. But we're never going to do that scattered across 50 states. We're never going to be able to do that. It's just not going to happen. And that's the choice that everybody's making when they just say, well, I'm going to just stay where I'm at. I'm going to see how it goes. I'm gonna ride the wave. I'm gonna ride it out. I know it's demographic replacement, displacement, erasement that's coming. That's already here. But if I get 4 more years of a break from Trump, so instead of 3 million coming across the border every year, it gets down to 2 million, I can breathe a sigh of relief. The problem is if 2 million are going to be legal citizens, there's no, they're voting. They got access to everything, all the jobs. They're in direct competition with you and your family instantly. And, yeah, it is what it is. You know what I'm saying? I mean, at least if they're illegal in some areas of the country, they kind of are still being kept off the books, if you will. But if they once that deal goes through in Congress, damn, that it goes from 1 million naturalized up to 2 million naturalized every year. Because what do they want? They want to take the U.S. GDP from its current level, which is somewhere in the mid 20s, up to somewhere in the upper 40s. They want to double the U.S. GDP. And partly because BRICS, BRICS, yeah. Oh, it's real. Oh, it's serious. Oh, damn. BRICS is real. The report that I posted out of Russia is Putin saying that, and it may have already happened. It's inevitable, is what he says. But their combined GDPs out eclipse the G7, which is Western Europe and the United States, the Western white controlled state powers on the planet. So they're already going to be in a position to where that half of the planet, and then there's like Nigeria's trying to get on board. All the everybody's trying to get on board with BRICS now. They're going to have higher PPP, higher GDP collectively than the Western powers. That is a problem. So let's just be blunt. That is a problem. Will that force the United States to go to war? Maybe. Could Taiwan be the reason? Maybe. Could North Korea be the reason? They always come up with a reason. Iran in the Middle East. If they feel like they got to prevent the U.S. dollar from collapsing in a free fall, they're going to do what they think they have to do. And that means, a lot of people could die potentially. So just be aware, of all that's going on. Bitcoin hit 70,000, shout out to the people who stayed down. I swear to God, I could cry myself a river when I had my settlement, if I would have just took half of it or 25% of it, I'd be a multi-millionaire today. Because that was way back in 2014 I take it back. That was 2017 when it was still like 300-400 a coin. But you don't know. You just don't know. You just never know. That's why I'm encouraging everybody, if you have any creative skill sets, get involved in AI. Get involved in this AI movie wave that's coming for creators, because it's beyond amazing, and the potential is exponential. And you could set yourself up to be earning a living without doing too much, to be quite honest. You with us, Black American Homeland, Black Southern Strategy?
Yeah, but I was gonna say, man, that Bitcoin is not the only crypto project out there. You got hundreds of other crypto projects to choose from. Look, there's this one coin. I mean, usually I don't like to comment on crypto on this app, but it's this one coin, man, I had that was in 50 cents. Now went from 50 cents in October. Now it's at $5. What? That's like that's a 10x right there.
Wow.
So So I mean, I don't. I tried to get people into crypto back in 2015, and man, people just don't want to listen, and so I just kind of
kept it to myself.
Just try it. You don't want to put all your money in it. Put $100, put $200 in there, put $300 in there. Just try to figure out how the system works, and just try it, man. That's all I tell people.
Give it a shot.
Just try. Just put $100 in there.
Yeah.
There's so many coins out there that are less than $1. And the bull run is not going to come until next year, 2025. So I believe you can still do a 10x or 20x on many of these coins that are in the top 100 of the crypto projects on the coin market cap. Just look at the top 100 and just choose 2 or 3 coins in the top 100 and just try it.
Yeah.
That's all I have to say.
Yeah. Now, do they have like an index coin? You know what I'm saying? That'll take them all and put them into one vehicle. You know what I'm saying?
Oh, they don't have that yet. Yeah, they don't have anything like that yet. But I could see that coming. But look, you do have these ETFs. You can get a Bitcoin ETF. I think the Ethereum ETF is coming out in probably in April. Well, let's say May or June of 2024. But it's opportunities out there, and sometimes you just have to take the risk. Without risk, man, you can't. There's no
risk, no reward.
You don't take the risk, nothing can happen for you. So,
that's a good segue into the black majority state, right? Because it's risk versus reward. It really, really is. It is. You could stay where you are and live your life with very little risk. Although, in America, being a black American, you're stepping out the house is a risk, to be quite honest. It just kind of is a part of the territory, but you could take that extra risk, take that leap, and potentially something really, really amazing can happen from it. It's almost early adopters that we talked about that before. Early adopters. There is one of our black state brothers is actually planning to spend a month in Delaware, and shout out to the brother. And so I'm gonna make it a point to get up there at least 2 of those weekends to chop it up with him and get out in the community and everything like that. So I would love to say that I would be living there by then, but I've been going through it's not even red tape anymore. It's just outright discrimination, to be quite honest. I've been going through it with the state of Pennsylvania. I've been going through it with the city of Pittsburgh, and the county not so much. I got to visit the county and just see what their time frame is, because they told me that something would have already happened on the 5th, and that date kind of came and went. But yeah, I mean, it's like, dear God, man,
Hey, Black, see, that's one of the problems with the United States, right? Look, like when I go to different countries, like living and working and doing business in other countries, right? And you're trying to start a business, or you're trying to build a house, or whatever you're trying to do, right? See, in America, you have to go through the bureaucrat, the red tape, the front line people. You gotta go through the front line people. But where I live, man, I don't have to deal with the front line people. I go directly to the people that makes the decision. To me, that's the big difference. That's why the state power is so important. you don't want to go through the front line people. You want to go to the people that actually make the decision.
Mm-hmm.
So that's the big difference. You know, in the United States, the way we're living, the way things are right now, we have to go through people who are just workers in the state or county government or the federal government, and those people have the power to say yes or no to our application, or they can take our application and they throw in the trash, or they can do so many things, right? But you know, I want to be in a position where I can go and deal directly with the people on the top. You know, that to me, that's the way I want to live my life. I don't want to deal with the frontline workers. So, you know, that's what I've been doing for the past 30 years, just dealing with people at the top. And I can't have it no other way. So that's just the way I live, man.
Yeah, and man, so whenever I would do stuff in small towns, it was a lot easier. You know, this city. So in America, what's really been happening, I think the first brick and mortar business I had was way back in like 2003, let's say, somewhere around that general time frame. And it was fairly simple. A matter of fact, I didn't even, I'll be real honest, I didn't even go to the city. I just rented the place out and opened up. But it has progressively gotten worse, and it's because they have this universal code whatever universal codes, which is all about you know, the amount of heating, HVAC compared to the square footage, and you know, fire code, and all these, like, these building codes, and these universal zoning code ordinances that are really just being copied and pasted all over the country. This hyper regulation, and then they created this whole entire new internet system that you have to go through in order to even get you know, get licensed, and get your tax ID, and you know, like, so they just made it so much more difficult, and then you can never get the people on the phone. Luckily, I live in a large enough city where they have offices that you can kind of pop up at and try to talk to somebody, which seems to be the only real effective way to get something done. But you know, if you work 5 days a week, you work during those hours, you gotta either take a day off, or just never talk to anybody. So it's just become so encumbersome, and you know, there's time, and that's what kind of where I'm in right now, is a time issue where things expire, and then you gotta, you know, the attorneys involved, and it becomes like unnecessarily difficult. um I'm trying to just get through that. I'm being very patient. I know that there is a lawsuit somewhere in here, I want to get open for at least a year before I pull the trigger on it, because usually you got like 2 years statute of limitations or whatever. But I do think there are some government agencies that do need to um, be at least threatened with a lawsuit at some point, because it's just so ridiculous. This is a city where Black Americans have 1% of the businesses in the city. Abysmal, where it's like we're like 30. I want to say we're like 30% of the city, but only 1% of the businesses. So it's just a tragedy, you know.
Yeah. And look, just to get a liquor license, you're right. You know, they want you to pay tons of money just to get a liquor license. Look, man, you know, I hate, oh man, I just hate comparing, you know, America to different other places. But a liquor license costs nothing. You know, man, you can get a liquor license for $300-$400. But in the United States, man, they want hundreds of thousands of dollars, depending how, you know, I remember my uncle had to pay like several $100,000 to get a liquor license, right?
Yeah.
Because they were making it so difficult to improve approve his application, right? He had to hire lawyers and do this and do that, man.
That's what it is.
It is so much you got to go through, man. It's ridiculous.
Yeah, that's the way it is. So in Pennsylvania, because the state controls the license, regulate it, right? They actually, in this state, they actually buy and sell the liquor. So you got to go to the state to buy the alcohol in this state. It's one of the few states that still does that.
Virginia does that as well.
Yeah. So they got a monopoly on alcohol. Now, recently, they've opened it up to these a lot more licensing, and they've been auctioning the licenses off to the convenience, the gas stations, the Walmarts, if you will. But Walmart still has to do it. They can't have alcohol in the store on the shelves. They've got to use one of those. If you know how Walmart has those businesses inside of the Walmart, like they might have a restaurant up front or a bank or something, they've got to convert one of those spaces into like a wine and spirits type of thing in order to sell it inside the Walmart. So technically, it's a separate business. So that's kind of how they've been doing it, probably for 10 or 15 years, I'll say, roughly a little over a decade. And they auctioning those off for like 50, I think it starts at 50.
Like you're in the matrix.
Okay. God damn it. Oh, I hate the Matrix, man. As much as I love the Matrix, I hate the damn Matrix, bros. They keep me in the Matrix up in her. I thought it wasn't even gonna be a thing. Thing because the way they got spaces jammed up here. Okay. Yeah, I'm back. Okay, so oh yeah. So they started auctioning them out. I think they start at 50, and then who knows how much they're ultimately, depending on what gas station, and these are huge, like that they got hundreds, if not thousands of locations. They got plenty of money to burn. Now, what's interesting about that?
You said 50,000 per location.
Yeah, per license. Yeah. It's they're probably ultimately selling them for over 6 figures. But here's what's interesting about that: the license is just a couple $1,000s to renew, right? And so what happened in Pennsylvania was they limited how many licenses would be in each county and each major city, and that created a black market. So like in Philadelphia, the last time I checked, those licenses were selling for $300,000 and maybe even $400,000 at one point, maybe even higher than that. On this side of the state, they were like 50,000, and then they recently creeped up to right around 100,000. But everywhere else where it's like sparsely populated, maybe like 30,000, 40,000, something like that. Because they don't create new licenses, they just transfer them around. And so the state doesn't get any of that money, though. That's like the personal business owner who owns the license. They kind of, have an asset, if you will. Some places will loan on them, but not a traditional bank. It's going to be somebody who's like in that business. And they're kind of loan sharky in that sense, if you know what I'm saying.
Right.
But yeah.
And see, I disagree with that type of system, right? Because that means that you can give a liquor license to your buddies, or I don't like that system. It should be, everyone should be able to get a liquor license, like as long as you have your place, your establishment, your location, and you pass inspection and all that stuff, you should be able to get a liquor license. and it should maybe the highest price should be around $2,000-$3,000, right? And then there should be a competition. There should be hundreds of bars, you know, in a location, and they're competing against each other. You know, because look, I'm telling you, man, like this area, right? There's this area where there's like 1,000 bars, right? And the liquor license like maybe $400, right? And a lot of these bars, they probably the establishment is probably let me see, 10 square meters, 100 square feet. Imagine a bar, 100 square foot bar, and you have a couple of tables and all that stuff, and you just serve your customers. So I mean, so you know that's really liberal. But what they try to do in America is, well, we know why they do this in America, because they don't want certain people to get a liquor license. Because you know, a liquor, you know, that's like printing money when you have a liquor license. So
that's facts. That's total facts.
So yeah, I land there.
Yeah, that's total facts. Now, I'm gonna let you know that there's a reason that they will give as to why they don't do that. You know, because of crime, quote unquote. They'll say it's a crime issue here in America. You know, with all the guns and things of that nature, fights at bars, a lot of illegal activity that kind of hovers around neighborhood bars in certain locations, and that doesn't matter what the demographic is. It just is what it is. So those will be the reasons that they would say that can't happen. And because they do actually, they have a nuisance bar program where they do eventually shut bars down if they get you know, a lot of violent activity, a lot of drug traffic, whatever the case may be. So you know, it just kind of is what it is when it comes to that. um I've lived in well, not that I lived in, but places where I own property. They've shut bars down because of a violent act that occurred. Not so much the drug traffic, to be really honest, but when something pops off, that's usually when they move in to try to you know, shut those places down. Now, if it was a white neighborhood and they had a fight, a brawl, yada yada yada, they probably won't even report it. You know, the police will show up, make everybody go home. They never report it. And they likely never shut those places down unless there's a murder that ends up on the nightly news, and even then it still might not get shut down, to be quite honest. They use the system to take things away from black Americans every chance they get. And there's been a lot of black business owners that have owned these bars in this area that have had their liquor licenses taken away, their bars shut down, you know, things of that nature. So you got to be real conscious of that in this general area of the country when it comes to that.
Right.
Yeah, speaking about your side, man, there was a thing between the this made, you know, this came across the timeline, the Lady Boys and the
Oh yeah.
oh my God, I was
Yeah,
like,
I just saw
what?
that today.
Yeah, I was like, what is going on? We have videos
Okay,
of
this
it.
is what is going on, right? Okay, Bangkok, Thailand, right? That, you know, there's a lot of lady boys over there, right? And what they're doing is, you know, they trying to get foreign customers, right? You know, a lot of times these foreign men, they don't even know that the guys are well, the women are guys, right? Because you know, even the guys, they look really feminine, right?
Damn,
so
son.
they can get away as women, right?
Damn,
now,
son.
Philippines a little bit poor country, right? So you have a lot of lady boys from the Philippines. They go on to Bangkok, Thailand, and they're competing with the Thai lady boys.
Wow.
So now you got the Thai lady boys and the Filipino lady boys. They're fighting against each other for for customers or for. It's like a what do you call it?
Insane
like
asylum?
a war, like a oh my gosh,
like an insane.
What do you call it when two gangs fight against each other? Like
an insane,
something like that.
An insane asylum. It sounds like an insane asylum, man. What's going on?
Well, it's a turf war. Okay, the Thai lady boy, this is our street, and only we gonna work on this street. But now they have competition with the Filipino lady boy.
Oh my God, these people are crazy.
And so they're fighting.
Yeah, that is a hot mess. I mean,
it's crazy, man. But look, see, this is the problem, right? Okay, right now the Philippines, right? They can go to Thailand. They don't need a visa to go to Thailand because they part of the Asian what do you call it? Economic zone where the different countries they can go back and forth to different countries and free trade with different countries. What's going to happen that it's a possibility that Thailand can change their law and propose some type of law where Filipino, if they want to go to Thailand, they have to get a visa to go there. So that will stop a lot of these lady boys from the Philippines going to Thailand. So so that's the that was really interesting. Yeah.
Oh my God, that is crazy. I mean, you know what I'm saying? I saw the it was a news report, and then I saw like a short video where like one of them was like coming over the top, like it was like a W.
Yeah.
It was like,
and just jumping on the crowd and
yeah.
Hey, like this what happened to me about a month ago, right? 2 months ago, right?
Oh my God.
All right, I'm walking down this street, right, where a lot of bars are, right? And I see these two Black American guys, right? Look, for the past 6 months, I noticed a lot of Black Americans coming to the Philippines. I'm like, what's going on here, right? And it might be that the what do you call them guys, the passport bros, right? I think that's really popular now. So so more Black American guys are coming to Philippines or Thailand, wherever. And look, I saw there were these two brothers, right? They talking to the girl, and so I'm walking past them. And the guys asking the girl for their numbers, right? And she's giving out her number. And I tell the guy, I said, "Yo, dude, man, that don't bother with that girl, man. That's not a girl, man. That's a lady boy." And the two brothers, they looking at me like, "What? Are you serious?" I said, "Yeah, man. You don't want to deal with no those type of girls.
Strange flesh."
So you got a lot of brothers come to the Philippines and they don't know what's going on. They don't know anything about the street of Manila, man. So they got to be careful when they come here.
God damn, bro. Yeah. That's crazy. See, I don't see myself ever wanting to be in that situation.
Right. Oh my God. Well, let's see. The thing is, I mean, it's not like Thailand where you got lady boys all over the place. But the thing is, you got some of these lady boys in the Philippines. They can kind of mix in with the regular girls, and if you're a foreigner, you just can't tell the difference. So yeah.
Yeah, I saw so I think it was like some Eastern European who went to one of those countries. I guess they have a dowry system still. where they essentially
that gotta be that can be either African country or even India.
no these were Asian girls.
No. Oh, you know, now they don't have that in they really don't have it. However, some foreigners are tricked. A family can trick a foreigner into saying, "Hey, look, this is our tradition. You know, you got to pay this," but it's not true. They don't have the dowry like in the Philippines or Thailand or what's another Vietnam or Indonesia. But the thing is, if you can be tricked into paying the family or whatever, but they don't. That's the type of system long gone. No local families are paying dowries to another family to for their kids to get married. They're not doing that anymore. I've been living here over 2.5 decades, so I know, man.
Okay, so next time because I've come across that video a couple times. Yeah, it's an Eastern European guy.
This guy, I saw one where this guy is putting down thousands of pesos. Right, he's counting 100,000 pesos to give to this family to marry his daughter. That was actually in the Philippines.
Yeah, that's what I thought it was. I thought it might be. Yeah, that's probably the same video. He's a Russian looking guy, got tattoos or something, I guess. And
right.
And yeah,
one guy was an American guy actually.
Oh, okay.
Hold on, I need to find that video. We might be talking about this, but go ahead. What you were saying? Go ahead.
Yeah, no, I was just saying like that. And you're saying it's not a thing, but it seemed to be that was the whole thing of the video, is that they were kind of saying that this is what happens. This is how I think it was narrated too. Matter of fact, and that was the whole gist of it, is that one of these lucky young women, and maybe they were talking about the exploitation of the people, and that was too, but it seemed as though it was more of like a celebration of them getting married, yada yada yada, boom bang bang, whatever that is. And I'm just saying, in terms of that whole the idea, because in my opinion, being 50 this year, if you're going to date in America, right? God damn, because like that whole thing, to be quite honest, if you didn't go to school with the person, you don't have any real connection with them in the community, and you're just kind of dating online, which is really a big thing in America today. It's a huge thing. You kind of gotta meet the people, you gotta meet their family, you kind of gotta, man, it's a blessing if they got a kid, to be quite honest, because at least that not an adopted kid either, but they actually gave birth to a human being. There's it's a precarious situation over here at this point, because of everything that's going on in that arena. Yeah, you got to think twice, you got to check twice. There was just a video of what's the cute comedian Drewski, and that Kai sent cat, and they had this woman, I guess she's a woman, but you don't know, and they had him blindfolded, and it's a whole thing. Like, he's like, these hands are rough, and it's funny till they take the blindfold off, and then he's really like, the look on his face is like, damn, is this a dude or not? Like, what's going on? So it's like, wow, gotta be careful is all I can say.
Right.
God damn.
Yeah. Look, man, like I feel for my children, man, because like even in the Philippines, I think it's difficult to get married. If you look at my daughters, right, like they have a certain standard of living, right? So now they got to find a boyfriend that can offer the same standard as their pop.
Wow.
And 99% of the boys here can't do that.
Wow.
So my daughters, man, they have what's that word? They gonna have it's gonna be difficult for them to find a husband. I mean, there's a lot of boys. There's a lot of young men in the Philippines, but will they be able to give my daughter the same standard of living that they're living right now? So that's the problem.
That's a huge dilemma. So I mean, that's kind of a huge dilemma. Having a granddaughter, something I never had to think about, but something that is something that I could maybe give counsel on in the future. But would you be comfortable, like, because you said she's collegiate and she's going to earn a decent living, with her being the breadwinner, in a situation like that? You know what I'm saying? Where she's like the main.
Okay, see, that's it. Yeah, see. Okay, her being the breadwinner. Okay, I'm a very, oh my God, I shouldn't. I'm a very old-fashioned type of person. I do not want my daughter to be the breadwinner in their household. I don't want that.
Wow.
I don't believe in that, man.
Wow.
But being a breadwinner, to me, man, being a breadwinner in the Philippines, women, see, this is the thing, right? See, once a woman turn 30 in the Philippines, right, it's very difficult for them to keep jobs.
Oh,
right?
Damn. It's a wrap at 30?
The Philippines, the whole Southeast Asia
Wow.
is a male-dominated society.
Oh,
right?
my God. That's crazy.
And
washing
women
out at 30?
don't have the opportunities like the men do, right? And so
terrible.
once a woman turns 30 years old, the opportunity, the door closes for if she's not a doctor or what's another or a lawyer, it's going to be very difficult for a woman to be able to make high income in Southeast Asia.
Wow.
Over the age of 30, because there's so many younger girls in the 20, 21, 22 that coming in to replace the older women that they think will get married when they turn 27, 20, 29, 30. So that's the problem. And of course that problem is not in America. They don't have that problem in America, but in Southeast Asia, Africa, India, South America, Mexico, they have that problem. So that's the difference between living in a third world country and living in a first world country. And I don't want my daughter. If their husband cannot take care of them, then my daughters, they just stay with me for the rest of their life.
Oh my God! So I don't. You think they gonna be okay with that? Oh man.
That's what. Hey look, man. I'm gonna tell you, my daughters, man, they're kind of up there. They're like, they're really choosy, man. They're really picky. It's like, to me, my daughters act like American girls. They're very choosy, very picky. You got to have a certain income. Well, they're not like American girls that say you got to make $100,000 a year. They're not like that yet. But the thing is, they're really choosy. See, you have to understand the average income in Southeast Asia is like $4,000 or $5,000 a year. So for my daughter to to find a man that makes $20,000, $25,000 per year, that's like finding a man that makes $100,000 a year in America or $150,000 a year. So it's the dynamics are very different. And and really, like my wife is saying, look, my daughter, they probably have to go to a first world country like Singapore or Japan or Korea or United States or Australia to find a husband. And I said, I hate that. I don't want my daughter going overseas. But but yeah, man. So yeah, that's So look, man. See, my situation is so different, man. You probably never thought of the things I had to go. I'm going through. You probably never had to think of things like that, but that's what's going on in my life, man. It's really different.
Yeah, let me caution, man, because I saw a video where these Chinese folks over in some African country, and I guess the uncle was on business, and I'm gonna put big air quotes on that because we know they're colonizing those people. But he had some nephew over in China who he set up with this black woman, and she was an attractive African woman, young African woman. They married them there. It's a celebration. Everybody's happy, and you know how she's not wealthy at all. But for what it's worth, it was okay conditions. She gets to China, and my God, it was worse. It was like they showed up to the Chinese house, and it was significantly worse. And I was just, I'm like watching that video, like, well, damn, why would she probably had instant regrets, but it's kind of too late. You know what I mean? You done already married and traveled abroad. Wow. Yeah.
Look, see, hey, Black, what's going on in China, right? The men from the age of 20 to about 40, right? They outnumber their women like 2-3 to 1. The reason is, because of the one-child policy they had back in the 70s, 80s, and 90s. Ooh. I think they changed it. I think maybe 2008 or 2010, right? They were aborting the girls.
Crazy.
And then Insane. Keeping the sons. Crazy. And the son will be that one child, right? Crazy. Now you got so the boys from 20 to 40, they just outrageously outnumber the women. Crazy. And there's not enough women for the guys to marry. So these Chinese men, they have to go overseas. Look, man, they are going to Vietnam. They're marrying millions of girls in Vietnam. They're marrying millions of girls in Thailand, Laos, Cambodia, Philippines, Indonesia.
Genetic migration.
All those countries, man, to marry the Chinese guys marry girls from all those countries. And now they're going to Africa. It's just a demand. To me, it's a demand thing.
Yeah, that's crazy. I randomly came across a YouTube video of this African dude in China, and in one of his videos, he goes to what basically was like a dating thing, but it's basically like what looks like an outdoor festival, right? And at a park. And like you said, it probably was 10 guys for every girl there. I mean, it was so many guys there, and they were getting numbers at a table. And I mean, it was all foreign language, whatever. He had subtitles on the screen, but that's something that I guess they do pretty regularly over there to try to set these guys up with the few women that are over there. It was really just interesting to watch.
Right. And guess what? Like, this is the weird thing, right? The Chinese girls, right? If you are a foreigner and you go to China, the Chinese girl will rather marry a foreigner and take them out of China and take them to Europe or United States or Canada or wherever. They just want to leave China. Crazy. So
get out.
So it's a dilemma everywhere, man.
Yeah, what was crazy was, and as you say that, it kind of really reminds me of watching the video, because it was kind of hard to watch a little bit, but I was also kind of weirdly like, because this was a dark-skinned African dude, but they were very open to this, to him being there. Like, he's competition. and almost like he was a celebrity. Is kind of how I would say they treated him in a very weird, strange way. You know what I mean? It's very,
Yeah,
very
oh yeah.
interesting.
I think number one, he speaks the language.
Mm-hmm.
He knows the culture,
Yeah.
and he's studying. I think he's studying. I think he's going to school there to study engineering or to be a doctor or something like that.
Right.
They do have respect for black people. They feel like you are a higher. A higher. What I'm looking for. If they think you're a higher standing person, they will give you some type of respect and the women there. See, you gotta understand, most people have never left their country. Most people have never left their city. So when they see a foreigner, like, whoa, who's this guy?
Right. Right.
Wow, where's this guy from? And they just want to know everything about you. It's
crazy.
It just, to me, it's the same all over the world, man. If you're a foreigner, if you go to Thailand, you go to the Philippines, I know you say you're about to turn 50 and you're not married. I think you can come to the Philippines or any little country and find you a wife.
You ain't doing that, bro. Yeah, no, man. I appreciate that, but no.
And you can be very choosy. This is the only problem. This is the only thing, right? I tell guys, right, that the thing is,
oh my God,
I'm against, if you marry a foreign girl, right, in their country, I don't think you should bring them back to your country because they just, once these third world type of girls, once they leave their family, right, I think they're really different because, see, these people are very family oriented. If you take them away from the family right now, they don't have no restrictions around them.
The chains is off.
Have no people watching them or telling them they're doing the right thing or the wrong thing, right? Ooh. So once you take them out of that situation, right, and then in America or Canada or Europe, wow, I got this freedom. I can do anything I want to do, wow. and that's a bad thing for the husband, I think.
For a relationship, yeah, that's a relationship killer for sure.
yeah. So yeah.
Okay.
But I never thought about that until I saw, I started seeing the things, I've been seeing for the past 30 years. Yeah.
Okay. So I'm gonna play this Blacks and Immigration, Tony Brown's journal. I'm not sure what year this is. Hopefully they mention it in the space or in the interview. Again, this is a Black American woman. She's an author. I'm sure she's got other accolades, but they'll probably do a short intro. And then again, this is what we've been talking about. We in these spaces, we got this push to turn every city red where Black people are at. We got this push to vote Trump into office because of this issue. And it's just another one of those issues that we've been talking about for 100 plus years. If you go back to W.E.B. Du Bois and what's the brother's name? Booker T. Washington and others, they were saying the same thing about European immigration back then. So it's nothing new. Unfortunately, the new part is that we've never experienced it at this level, and we will likely come out on the other side of it very damaged, very broken, and economically depressed much further than we already are. There were the reports, and I believe that CBS story is like 2017, where they said 245 years was the wealth gap. It would take us 245 years to catch up. When they did another study in 2021, that number had gone to like 322 years or something like that. So that wealth gap keeps growing significantly in a very short period of time. If you get a bunch of these Mexicans, Hispanics, Latinos, whatever you want to call them, concentrating in states, getting state power, being able to wield the budgets of the states, the federal money, control the contracts, put themselves in a position to quickly match, trillions of wealth that, white America has, then it pushes us into a state of complete and utter destitution, especially in those states. I think we got to really consider when is the time to get out. Return on investment is very, very critical for us to really start thinking about that. In places where we just simply can't do anything because we just don't have the numbers. At some point, the numbers really, really matter, and we got to make these calculations. But I'm gonna play this, and then we can talk about the things that she discusses. Again, likely likely to hear much of the things that you hear in these spaces, and this is probably from the I'm gonna guess it's late 80s, early 90s. If she makes any references to Ronald Reagan, that'll give us a really good idea of where she's at in terms of the timeline. But it's a fairly old video here. All right, here we go.
I'm Tony Brown. The illegal immigration crisis is proving.
Okay, they put a date on the screen, 2007. So 2007, trying to do the quick math, 17 years. So it's actually not that old. 2007, I don't know how many people, this is right before Obama got elected. I don't know how many people were really screaming illegal immigration outside of like California and other places where they've always had this issue. But 14 years ago, here we go.
Thing. All blacks don't think alike. My guest on this program is Dr. K1ll Swain, a professor of political science and law at Vanderbilt University and editor of Debating Immigration. Welcome to the program, Dr. Swain.
It's a pleasure to be on.
You had a book out a few years ago, and it was, you won all the awards. What book am I talking about, and what year was that?
Well, my first book won 3 national prizes, and that was published in 93 and updated in 95. It was called Black Faces, Black Interests, the Representation of African Americans in Congress. And since then, I've published The New White Nationalism, Contemporary Voices of White Nationalism. Both relate very much to the immigration issue.
Now, wasn't the second book nominated for a Nobel Prize?
A Pulitzer Prize.
Pulitzer Prize.
Pulitzer Prize,
yes.
And it was nominated, but it actually did not win prizes. I believe it's the most important work I've done in my life.
All right. Now, we today are going to talk about the new most important work in your life, and that's debating immigration.
Yes.
It is, even by both sides of the spectrum, acknowledged as a illegal immigration, and I'm distinguishing from immigration. The reason being that I don't find much debate in America over immigration. Americans generally agree that immigration is a good and healthy thing for the country and an American tradition. It is the illegal in front of immigration, or illegal aliens, that it has created the tempest in a teapot that Americans are really concerned about. So if I might, let's start with your book. You edited this book.
Yes.
And your particular chapter makes what point, and explain your point of view in this on the issue of immigration and illegal immigration.
Well, first of all, immigration is a new topic for me. I moved into that area because there were some issues that were not being addressed by the scholars doing research on immigration or by the mainstream politicians. I felt very strongly that African Americans were being negatively impacted. I kept waiting for the scholars. I kept waiting for the politicians to speak out, and nothing was happening. And so eventually, in 2005, I had a conference in which I brought together large numbers of people from different sides of the spectrum to discuss immigration. And at that time, I sought someone to write a chapter about the Black Caucus um, and immigration, and there were no takers. And so I wrote the chapter, and I looked at who represents African Americans when it comes to the immigration issue. And I concluded that it's certainly not the Black Caucus, that somewhere along the way, the Black Caucus lost its way or sold out the interests of Black people. And they've taken a position that, that we're going to have this rainbow coalition. There's no one being harmed. All immigration is good, whether it's legal or illegal. And that's not true. There are some people that are being hurt. They're low-wage, low-skill Americans. Many of them are African Americans and Hispanics. Legal immigrants are being hurt as well as Blacks.
Now, did you find anyone? You said the Congressional Black Caucus was not representing the interests of African Americans on that issue. Did you find anyone, meaning any organization, that was?
Well, you know something, there's a chapter in the book written by Jonathan Tylove that talks about strange bedfellows. On the immigration issue, there are some Republican members of Congress that are representing a position that I think that's very pro-American, that looks after the interests of people that are being hurt. And there's some groups like the Center for Immigration Studies. They've done quite a few studies. And then groups like FAIR. Many of the groups that have taken a restrictionist position, they are immediately dismissed. You know, it's not being part of the mainstream. It's being haters and all sorts of, words are thrown at people that take a restrictionist position. But there are people being harmed. It's not a win-win for America. And so the groups that are actually representing African Americans may be groups that other people would dismiss as racist.
Now, let's talk about the racist aspect of this. The open borders advocates, organizations, and individuals have devised a strategy of implying or not being subtle about accusing people who oppose illegal immigration of being racist, I suppose because most of the people who are illegal immigrants that we know of, particularly from Latin America, are brown people, i.e. not white people. Do you accept the definition that people are racist because they oppose illegal immigration?
It's not only that we are being called racist. Some people have been called racist. We're also being called non-Christians and nativists, xenophobic, fearmongers, arms of the KKK. I think it's ridiculous how far some people will go to silence the truth. And the truth is, there are Americans that are being harmed. Some of them are immigrants. Many of them are African Americans. And this cannot have a good end unless some people start speaking up. And there are many Americans that know. It's not that I think. I know that the members of the Congressional Black Caucus are well-educated people. They know history. They have studied history. And they are being too silent on this issue. And the only time I heard recently that during a congressional hearing that some members of the Black Caucus challenged the guy that's the head of Google. But they challenged him because some members of their family had not gotten jobs in the high-tech industry. So they were saying that Google was not hiring enough of college-educated Blacks. And this was told to me by a Hispanic activist that had attended the hearing.
What is the harm from, the estimate is that there are in this country living in America illegally something between 12 and 20 million foreign nationals. What's wrong with that?
There's so
in
much,
your opinion?
I think there's so much that's wrong about it now and also in the long run. And one of my biggest fears is what happens when they do get amnesty, because I believe that we will not try to identify the people or make them go back home. And so many of them will get to stay. If you look at the social welfare programs that were put in place to sort of help those that were disadvantaged get ahead, to help them reach their American dream, those programs are underfunded. Many Americans can't even reach the American dream. And I think the children of the new immigrants, many of them will be poor, they'll be uneducated, and they will be very angry because they were promised something that we don't deliver on for our own citizens. And so the problem is you have American citizens that are just grappling, trying to hold on themselves, trying to reach the middle class. And then you have millions of other people here. Some of them are taking jobs, housing, affecting the educational system. And there's scarce resources for all of these people. The harm is when the clash comes and people are fighting to survive. And you see some of that in parts of the country. And we're not talking about certain regions anymore. It's all over the country.
What do you think of the statement made by the former president of Mexico, Vicente Fox, who stated that illegal aliens are taking jobs that not even Black Americans will do?
But you know something, I don't buy that there are any jobs that Americans won't do. Even in the agricultural jobs, there are Americans that are immigrants or Americans, a certain percentage of Americans still work in agricultural jobs. There's a low percentage, but I don't buy that there are jobs that Americans won't do. Every time there's an immigrant raid and they take away the illegals, you see Americans lined up to do those jobs. And when I travel, many times I'm at hotels where African Americans and Caucasians are working in the hotels. They are bussing the tables. They're doing those jobs that Americans won't do. And so I don't buy that for a minute. And I think that, it's just, it serves his interest, to have the illegals over here because they send out billions of dollars back to Mexico. And you may remember a few years ago when the Mexican government issued a booklet on how to break into the U.S. Safely.
What about those people who have come to the United States illegally and they will work for lower wages than Americans will work for? There are instances of that as well. There are instances that Americans will not work. For example, there's a town down in Georgia. It's not Good Hope. Its name escapes me. Where the ICE raided and they deported or locked up anyway a number of illegal aliens, and the factory previously had a large number of African Americans, because African Americans constitute a large percentage of the population of that town, who had left because of low wages and working conditions. They came back and took the jobs, but the African Americans did. But they didn't last long because they would not accept the conditions, the demands of management, the no health care, poor sanitation, things that our American workers have come to regard as standard, as a standard work environment. So there are instances in which we don't, and they had to work for lower wages.
But if that company wanted to stay in business, they would have to improve the working conditions and they would have to raise the wages. And one of the, I won't even say it's an unintended consequence. One of the consequences of the illegal immigration is that we have stopped investing in human capital. And we've stopped trying to raise the standard of living of American workers and the working conditions. I have a friend that has done some research on just working conditions in many factories and plants. And there are factories in the U.S. where people urinate on themselves because they're not allowed to leave the production line to go to the restroom. And, those are not conditions that many Americans will put up with. But employers have gotten to the point, they have some labor that's willing, to take inhumane conditions. And so they're exploiting that labor. And what bothers me is that there are just so many people out there that they're pro illegal immigration. They're on the side of the downtrodden, but they look the other way when it comes to inhumane working conditions and the fact that these people, sometimes they're working for low wages, sometimes they're not. I had an experience recently with a realtor, and it's property I was going to put on the market, and he said, I have someone that can do your yard. And he came with this Mexican couple. I asked if they were legal. They sort of, he was paying them. He implied that they couldn't speak English, and he was paying them $12 an hour, and all they knew how to do was chop, chop, chop. They did a lot of damage in a short period of time, and they were making $12 an hour. And in Nashville, people are lucky if they make $8 to $10 an hour, and so they were being well paid. And I don't see that they were qualified. It was just that this particular person preferred paying Mexicans $12 an hour than blacks or whites, $10 an hour. They probably would have done the same job and not messed up things.
Here's speaking of support. Here's a gentleman who, in the book you edited, whose name is his last name Joel Millman. According to your book, he's a correspondent for the Wall Street Journal's Mexico City Bureau, and so forth. He wrote, Wall Street Journal writer, quote, America, strictly speaking, is not a nation. We have no common culture. What's common in America is the now. America is an economy. More precisely, it is a market. End of quote. In other words, we don't have a national credo. We should not be guided by borders. We should not be guided by concerns for who is American and who is not American. This is
right.
A journalist who offers stories to the public. What is your response to that?
To me, there's so many people that are educated, many of them at Ivy League elite institutions, and they believe that we shouldn't have borders. And they sit in the ivory tower and they spin ideas, and maybe they really believe these things, maybe they don't. I think they're destroying America, what's left of it. And unless the American people, black, white, Hispanic, Asian, everyone stand up and demand accountability from the politicians, there's not going to be a lot left pretty soon. So I think it's very, very dangerous. But there are people that believe that. They say no borders.
Well, if he says
no America.
If he says this is a market, and we agree that America is not a nation, therefore, if you're not a nation, you don't have the authority to have borders. And if you're not a nation and we are a market, the idea is to drive wages down.
They don't care. They don't care about the consequences.
But if you drive wages down, American families cannot consume.
No, and I mean, what we end up with is everyone at a third world a living standard. And maybe there is a they out there that's the goal. I mean, maybe this stuff is not unintended. Maybe there's some vision out there that's not in the interest of the American people. It's not in our interest, but someone thinks it's in the interest of, some body of elites or capitalism.
President George W. Bush has not been aggressive in fighting illegal immigration.
Well, I mean, it benefits big business, and a lot of that's Republicans. Yet, I still say that there are Republican members of Congress, and I speak as an independent, that have taken a position that I would say is very pro-American, pro-values, and but those people have pretty much been maligned and dismissed as racist. But it benefits big business, but it doesn't benefit working people. And the middle class, they may think they're benefiting from cheap labor, but in the end, they pay more in taxes when they contribute to the educational system, health care, the criminal justice system. It's not a win-win for America.
Do you have evidence, or do you have any any surveys that that indicate the opinion of African Americans toward illegal immigration?
Yes, I mean there are surveys that will look at Americans and break it down by race, and I've done some focus groups. And if you look at blacks, whites, and Hispanic, second generation, there's almost no difference. All of them are opposed to illegal immigration. I hate calling it immigration because it sort of dignifies it. When we think about immigrants, we think of something positive and people that come to the country the right way. But most Americans, or overwhelming majority, are opposed to illegal migration. And they would like to see the numbers reduced. They see the consequences.
What is wrong with breaking the law? Why does the nation need the rule of law? Why is it important that people obey the law? Why not have
a state of nature?
Sanctuary cities.
Let's just have a state of nature.
Okay.
Just let everyone be a law unto themselves. I mean, it seems like when it comes to certain groups of people, that's what they want. I mean, if you don't have laws, and if you don't respect laws, and if you don't enforce your own laws, then you risk chaos.
You're a professor of law, aren't you?
Well, I'm a professor of political science and secondary.
In a law school.
Right. Okay.
At Vanderbilt University.
Yes, and
so it's suppose the President of the United States, President George W. Bush, decided that he did not want to enforce the laws of the United States, the immigration laws.
And it started before him. Like we have winked at it for so long, and the immigrants, the illegal immigrants, became bolder and bolder and bolder.
Well, we had an amnesty under President Reagan,
and we said we'd never do it again.
And we grew from 3 million to 12 to 20.
That's because as soon as we thought there were 3 million in 1986, and 7 million showed up to claim the benefit. We say there's 12 million now. Wow. And if the government says 12 million, it's probably double.
20.
I know. I'm saying if the government says 12, last time they said 3 and 7 showed up. So we can bet it's more than that. It's probably double the government estimate. And of course, every time there's an amnesty, it encourages people to hope for the next one. The number of people that are trying to enter illegally sort of skyrockets as soon as you mention amnesty.
Well, you don't really need amnesty if you have open borders.
No, I mean,
if you don't have to have a law. If you just open the border and people come across, if that's not an amnesty program, I don't know what it is.
Well, they're also saying, well, these people are poor. They're trying to feed themselves, but they don't have that sympathy for people that go out and commit crimes.
You are right on the money, which is why I don't know one person who is sane, who dislikes the illegal immigrants, illegal aliens, whatever one calls them, who come here for a better way of life. I have not met one of them that I don't like and don't care for.
Oh, no, we have compassion for all human beings.
All human beings. However, when 20 million come, one must make decisions not related to the character of an individual in a group, but to the ability. For example, if I have an automobile and I can hold 5 people in the automobile, if 20 people come, I have to tell 15 people I don't have room.
That's right.
Not because I don't like the other 15. I just don't have room in the car. I love you. You're a nice person, Dr. Swain. I just don't have any more seats. You're number 6. And if you're running a country, you have a finite resources for schools. You have finite resources for education schools. You have finite resources for jobs. You have finite resources for health care. You don't have an infinite resource, so everyone in the world who's a nice, hardworking person can join your country.
No, and there's another problem is that we are not doing what we should be doing for our own citizens. And if you think about the family, I would say that the people that are in the boundaries of the nation state, that their needs have to come first, and that we're not better off if we try to let the whole world come here and we decrease the standard of living for everyone else. One of the things that many of us do, and I'm sure you do too, is that we give money to charities and missions. We help other countries. We are able to do that because we have some excess. If it ends up in a situation where everyone's poor, we're not going to be able to help ourselves.
Tell me, do you feel that Black people are obligated to accept illegal immigration because the majority of the people who are illegal aliens are not white?
No, I don't believe that that's the case. I think that we have an obligation to this country, the United States of America. We are Americans. There is an American interest, and that American interest is maintaining national sovereignty. We have an obligation to obey and respect the laws of the land. This is not the civil rights movement where you had American citizens that were being denied basic human rights. The immigrants that come here illegally don't have the same moral claim as the American citizens that had been denied justice, for centuries. And
well, they don't have the same legal claim either. The civil rights movement was citizens of the United States, right, i.e., mostly African Americans and people who were not fighting with us, citizens of the United States fighting for the rights of a citizen of the United States.
And something too that I find very problematic, and I can say that I'm a proponent of class-based affirmative action based on need. If you look at the Civil Rights Movement, Civil Rights Act of 1964, and all of the legislation, the bills that were passed, immediately it was opened up to people from all different countries. It diluted the impact it could have had for African Americans. And so, Blacks have had to sacrifice a lot. Every time, that they almost get themselves to a certain level, another group comes in and they get displaced. And Blacks are the ones that are hardest hit by what we're doing now. We're always at the bottom. And for the foreseeable future, it seems like we will be, because whenever our politicians or our so-called Black leaders, our Black elites get in position, I mean, there are a few people like you, but that's you're
not
the exception.
I am not an elite.
Yeah.
Nor are you.
Right.
Yeah, you can be well off, but you don't have to be an elitist.
But these people, I don't like elitists. And I mean, I don't know how they sleep at night. How can they sleep at night knowing, that they have been, I use the expression blessed to achieve a certain stature, and all they care about is themselves and people of their social class. And they're not looking after, they're not being responsible. It's all about them. I found that very problematic. I don't know how they sleep at night.
Well, I think it is problematic, and I would like to refer anyone who does not believe that African Americans are harmed by illegal immigration. Not immigration, because that's a trick. Illegal immigration, to go to the Census Bureau report of 2002. And I reported it in my last book, and it will clearly document how African Americans and legal Hispanics and Latinos are hurt by illegal immigration. Dr. Swain, you've been a wonderful guest. I thank you so much for being with us, and thank you very much for coming.
It's been a pleasure. Thank you.
Okay, Dr. k1ll Swain, man, now tell me you haven't heard that in a space or two recently. Damn, this is from 2007, and there was a point where Tony Brown, because he's kind of playing devil's advocate a little bit with those questions, where he starts to say, he actually says sanctuary cities. He talks about not having borders. And as he says sanctuary cities, he said, you might as well have sanctuary cities. And she kind of is talking over him. That's 2007. Now, what has happened since then? I mean, I think we all understand and know what's happened since then. Sanctuary cities are everywhere, all over the country. Yeah, so again, here we are. We have a moment in time, 2007. Again, this is the second term of George Bush, the son. This is a year before Obama becomes president. And this was an issue that was I guess, important enough for her to write a book about it. And then when she said about the Reagan amnesty, because I've always heard the number 3 million. She says 7 million people showed up to qualify for that. Now that is that's that trick bag, because they'll report a number, that number sticks in everybody's head, but the reality of it is the follow-up. They never follow back up and say, oh, by the way, that 3 million number, it actually was 7 million. You got to dig and find that information. This is what they do. It's just like Ice Cube in that interview with Tucker Carlson, where he talks about all of those corporations talking about they're giving away hundreds of millions of dollars. Well, what happens is they say that, it kind of goes in our brain and we just assume it's happened. But as he stated in an interview, not a single dime of that money went out. I got a post from, and shout out to the young black woman who's been up in Flint, really trying to, I think her goal was 1 million, and I believe she's very close to getting that. But this young woman has grown up. She has literally grown up in Flint, Michigan, trying to do everything she can for her community. I'm gonna try to find her quote tweet. So her name is Mary Copenny, Little Miss Flint, and she says, "No single person who has actually been affected by the water crisis here will see $1 million, but the lawyers get 200 million when it's all said and done. And y'all wonder why I continue to say Flint is still in crisis." Now, this highlights what I've said because I've done the research. These class action lawsuits benefit the attorneys. They're not like, there's a whole legal doctrine where it's considered by the courts to be a problem if you get a class action lawsuit and the people actually get a lot of money. What they typically do, and there's a word for it, I can't remember what the word is, but they'll identify a small group of people that have been hurt the most. They'll be like the primary, I think that is the term they use. They'll be the primary plaintiffs, and then everybody else will get a very minimal amount. But the lawyers always get the lion's share of the class action lawsuits. That's why they really don't work for Black America. This settlement, it says 10 years after the Flint water crisis, residents have not seen a penny from a $626.25 million legal settlement. The 6 law firms working on the case have already received over $60 million in fees and will receive an additional $150 million. So the lawyers is already getting paid. They already cashing those checks. They already driving those Bentleys. The people are still suffering. In that image, there he's at a fire hydrant, and that water is like the color of a carrot. It's orange or a very dark sandy brown, depending on how you look at it. The same thing with the faucet above, and then the one below just looks like urine, to be quite honest. This is today. This is not from 10 years ago. This is what's still going on up there. And then you say, well, where's the federal protections? They don't exist. Where's the EPA? Doesn't exist. So it's like a lot of people that put up a lot of these solutions, they don't exist. You could say it over and over again because quite literally we've been saying the same thing for the last 60 years. But then if you go back further, you'll say, oh, well, we've been saying the same thing for the last 160 years, quite literally. And nothing has significantly changed other than you got more access where they want you to have access into white society, where they allow you to have access in white society, which that is for some people freedom. I don't consider that freedom for me personally, and I certainly don't believe it's power, because it's not. You don't have any power, and you can't keep convincing yourself that you have power that you do not have, that doesn't exist. You got to be very realistic in this day and age, in this time period, because we jokingly, shout out to DJ, we jokingly joke about the Hunger Games and the Purge. Well, what happens when the Purge and the Hunger Games are really, really real, like in Chicago, like in New York City, like in LA, places where that have been, already in active war zones. When someone comes up to you with a machete and slices your neck open, you have to be able to react. You have to be able to defend yourself. You have to be ready and prepared, head on a swivel, always prepared. But if you're just kind of walking around in a daze and thinking that the federal government's coming to save you, or Biden, vote blue no matter who, or whatever it is, or even turn the city red. If that's all that you are going to do, I'm gonna just tell you flat out, it's not going to be enough. It's just not going to be enough. Yeah, because again, we played 2 videos from 2 beautiful Black American women, extremely intelligent. For those who missed it, Miss Lorna Fulani, who ran for president in 1988, was on all 50 ballots, the first time that had ever happened in Black American history and American history. Extremely intelligent, and talked about the Black agenda. She hit all the talking points that we hear in these spaces today. Jesse sold Black America out. Let's just put it, let's just condense it down to that sentence, because that's exactly what happened. And she wanted to pick up the mantle and keep running with it. Was running as an independent under a Black American party, political party, and got enough votes to get a federal match for the next election. All the things that people talk about, that was done in 1988. Hasn't changed anything. It set a great example. Either we got distracted, we got pivoted off, we got pushed into a different direction, we did whatever we did, and then we just kind of kept cruising along, cruising from 1988 all the way up until now. This interview is about immigration in 2007. The warnings were there, people were out there screaming, they were interviewing and talking about it, and people just kind of okay, yeah, just look the other way. A lot of times people will say, well, like even in that first interview, well, you're not getting enough press, the word's not getting out there, we got to get the Black media, we got to get the new Black media. In 1988, the new Black media was newspapers, Black owned newspapers. We got to get you on the cover, we got to get the word out, we got to get you in front of more and more people. I've seen that happen already in the new Black media with people running for elected office. It's the same exact thing. Just a, different medium. It's the same exact talking points, though. We got to get you out there. We got to get your face out there. We got to get more people to know. We got to get the message out there. Well, people are hearing the message and they're not activating. Like, that's what's happening. People got those Alexas and the Echo, and I don't know, because I've only been around them things one time, and it was the most annoying thing. It was so fucking annoying. But those things are listening to your every fucking like, even, I mean, the cell phones do it too. Let's keep it a buck. But those things, they're listening to every fucking word you say. And I don't know how people could even get that comfortable with technology like that, but it is what it is. But whatever the command is, you could be screaming the command at that thing all day, but it ain't plugged in, or the batteries are dead. You could scream, and wonder, like, what's going on? Why ain't this happening? And you think, well, let me change up the language. Let me use this term. Let me say this. Let me say it a little bit different. Let me get a different person to say it. Meanwhile, that thing's never gonna get active because it's disconnected. And here's the harsh reality: most of Black Americans are mentally, consciously, politically disconnected. They're not plugged into anything other than, relationship, gender wars, whatever the latest, hottest TV show is on Tubi or wherever else people get their stars, wherever people watch entertainment at. And, going to work, paying their bills, and things of that nature. So 1% is probably all that's ever going to get active. And people got to come to terms with that number. That means 50 million, 5 million, 10%, 500,000. That's the number. It's always been the number. And if people don't see a way to get reparations with 500,000 people, and this is just being extremely realistic, then it's probably going to be very difficult to get there. Whatever goal there is that Black America sets out for itself, we don't have the media. We don't get the coverage. We can't broadcast the message any further than we can. We got to be realistic about that. We can elect 1,000 people in 50 different states to add to the 8,000 plus that are already elected in all these states, and it won't make a difference. What's the number, Black American Homeland? 526,000 elected officials across the country. So you're not even going to get to 10% of that number. You need 50,000 plus to get to 10% of that number. And we've never been anywhere near that, having 10% of the actual political positions in this country. So, it's just like, what do they call it? Red pill, blue pill, black pill, which I don't even know the science behind the black pill, but I'm assuming the black pill is when you take something that tells you, I gotta get realistic about my situation. I gotta come to terms with my situation, and then I gotta try to act accordingly. So we gotta on the YouTube, it says you have to provide a source of strength, confidence, leadership, and sustenance for people if you want them to talk or to take any message seriously and follow it. And so I'm not sure if the person was in our spaces the past few times where we ran down what Malcolm X was involved in. And if anybody was taking anything serious, it was Malcolm X, who was connected to John Henry Clark, who's connected to Huey P. Newton, who's connected to Robert Williams, who, quite honestly, who's connected to Fannie Lou Hamer. All of those leaders that you can pull from the 50s and 60s and 70s, they were all connected. They were in conversations with each other. They were working on things behind the scenes together. If they could not accomplish the goal that they set out to accomplish, and we all know there were some extenuating circumstances behind that, and it was half the population. There weren't all these immigrants here. They weren't dealing with half of the shit that we're dealing with, to be quite honest. I mean, we just got to be honest. We're dealing with a lot more shit today. I don't want to lean on the excuse that we're not presenting the right message, because there is only one message. We're headed towards a cliff. We're headed towards the abyss. We're headed towards a wood chipper. And we got to do something about it. I do believe you can start the plan, get on the ground, try to use the local community to build up a base of operations, but then you still need people to put their hands in. You still need people to move into that area. You still need people to make the sacrifice that's required. And as far as I can tell, that's the part where things get very, very sketchy. Very, very sketchy, very, very quickly. Um, you know, because we seem to have this celebrity, I'm not going to call it worship, although we do have a worship gene inside of us. And if we don't worship some type of religious deity, we're ultimately going to worship something, and that usually turns into celebrity worship of some way, shape, or form, whether it's sports and entertainment, or it's just pure entertainment, or in politics, it's entertainment. It's entertainment. That's exactly what happens, because that's just a natural tendency for human beings to naturally gravitate towards charismatic leaders, people who have the mic, people who have the camera in front of them, whatever the case may be. And then we kind of follow the leader, even though nobody wants there to be leaders. If Ice Cube tomorrow got with Mr. Blow and Cat Williams and Kawhi, not Kawhi Leonard, Kyrie Irving and Kanye West, and formed a super team of black motherfuckers who don't give a fuck about nothing, and said, hey, this is what we need to do. We need to migrate. I'm buying a house, he's buying a house, they're buying a house. We're going to open up a grocery store. We're going to buy some land, and we're going to start building houses here. We need investors. We need people to come in and pitch in. Money and people would go flooding into that area. Literally within a year, the goal of reaching 200,000 votes would happen overnight if that happened. And that is a problem. Like, that is a major problem. It's a major disconnect that it takes somebody who is quote unquote famous to move Black Americans to do anything that is in their own self-best interest. It's actually pretty sad and kind of insane, to be quite honest. We got DJ coming up to speak. I'll send you the co-host.
Hey, Black. You're kind of
in the Matrix.
In the Matrix, but you're
Matrix-y.
like
tinny. Tinny.
losing volume.
Okay, thank you. Yeah, I was in a space where she said I sounded tinny, and I thought she was talking about, like something in my voice, but I went back and heard it, and it does do that half volume thing where it sounds like you're underwater. So I'm gonna go out and come back in.
All right.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, that's a weird new thing that this thing is doing. I'm not rating you, bro. You can't be serious. I can't even see the damn spaces in here. I'm not rating you. I give you a 0.
I'm with Black Southern Strategy right now, so
I don't know, DJ. I sent you the co-host, bro.
Back.
I sent you the co-host.
How you doing, DJ? What up, big dog? What's up, everybody? Black State Radio up. So, yeah, you was in the Matrix, Black Majority. There you go. That's where I was coming, though. Shout out to for the text messages over there on your screw tube. So everybody go over the screw tube if you can't hear shit over here. There you go.
Yeah, or go on Funded Socially, where we have 600 members. 600 members. Yeah, Twitter's first year, they are said to have reached 600 members in their first year. So we are well on our way to 6 billion members, if if that means anything. So let me read some of these YouTube joints. It says there are some people who aren't going to listen, whether you project strength, confidence, leadership, etc., because they're comfortable living with rose-colored glasses. I agree with that 1,000%. 1,000%. Even if you had a super team of super Negroes that got a lot of money and fame and wealth, there's still going to be a lot of people that won't even join that. It could be Beyonce. You could have the beat, and you know what I mean? Like, let's keep it a buck, man. Some people just ain't going to move. It is what it is. And then we got
Black. Actually, I can argue that we really don't have celebrities in politics in the Black community, because like good example, like let's say in Southeast Asia, right? You got Pacquiao, right? Pacquiao, he was a congressman.
Matrix.
He was a senator.
Damn Matrix.
And he ran for president of the Philippines. Of course, he lost, but the guy, he was a senator for 8 years. And we don't have any Black celebrity that have reached the status of U.S. senator. If you can name me one, I mean, I can't think of any.
Who we got?
Or let's dial down a bit. How about U.S. congressman? What athlete or even a comedian or actor that has become a U.S. congressman in the Black community? I can't name you one.
So I understand what you're saying, but that's not what I was saying.
Well, you saying like just to be a leader in the community, not actually be an actual politician. Okay, yeah.
No. That's not what I'm saying at all. I'm saying if you are elected to office and you are at the federal level in Washington D.C., it means that you were able to get hundreds of thousands of votes. And so you're on TV. Your word carries enough weight that they want to put you on these news programs, which are entertainment programs. Like, in other words, politics is in and of itself an entertainment industry. And the politicians, in my opinion, they're puppets, but they're also actors in many ways.
Right.
And so they are celebrities in the political realm, quite literally. Most of them can write books and make millions of dollars. Most of them can do, speech tours and make millions of dollars. So they create, or they don't create it, but it's just a part of what comes along with it. Is remember the squad, quote unquote, that BS that they were pushing down our throats. That is an example, in my opinion, of the celebrity status of these politicians. And I think it is what it is. The problem is they don't represent us. We all know that. But if a group of them, even them, got together and they were serious and they really, really said, okay, well, this is what we want to do, Black America. This is really how we think things need to go. And they got approval from massa to do it. People would follow that particular strategy, whatever it may be. It's the same thing with the get your booties to the poll and vote or die and all of those things. They kind of been mixing Black celebrity especially, with politics for a very long time. Malcolm X, again.
To me, that's more like influence. Like good example. Let's say Denzel Washington. The Democratic Party has never used someone like like Denzel Washington to run for congressman or run for U.S. Senate. Well, I mean, do you know a reason why? I mean, a person like Denzel Washington, that guy,
too much. He's got too much.
He's respected
dignity
around the world.
He's got too much dignity.
And I believe somebody like a Denzel Washington can do great things in in a Senate seat or as a congressman. Of course, we want him to have a black agenda. We don't want him to have this overall white Democrat Party, Jewish, not small hat type of agenda. But there's a reason why these, our black celebrities have never been in actual politics, run for political office. We have none. Not Charles Barkley, we don't want Charles Barkley to run for political office. But some of our most serious people, our most serious celebrity, they never run for political office. I land there. DJ, what do you think, DJ?
I think that's not ever gonna happen because I don't think that.
Sorry to put you on the. Yeah, he might be kind of busy. But yeah, go ahead, Black.
No, I'm here. I'm just walking around. What's going on?
Yeah, all right. Yeah, I was saying, like, what do you say of some of our respected black celebrities around the world, like a Denzel Washington, or I used to put what's his name,
who could be
Will Smith up there.
Oh wow! No.
But the past year he kind of messed up, so I don't put him up there anymore. But have some black celebrities that are respected around the world, and that they have credibility if they run for political, like a U.S. senator or a U.S. congressman. Of course, I hope they will have a black agenda. I think that's the only problem, that they don't want to lose their celebrity status because they probably have to go against the white establishment to have a black agenda.
Yeah, so Will Smith actually would be a perfect candidate for office for the simple fact he's loved by America in general. You know what I mean? Bedroom fiascos don't got nothing to do with his legislation will eventually be. But the bad thing about that is he's not a politician and probably don't care about politics too much. He probably just, I think Will care about black people. You know what I'm saying? Just to be honest about it, you know what I'm saying? I think I really truly believe he do. I got another one for you that will be beneficial, probably more than Will. His cousin Carlton, Alfonso Rebel. You know what I'm saying? People don't look at that, but you know where he get backlash and flack from? He got a white wife. So he always saying, well, I'm black and I'm part of the black community. I want to be grassroots and advocate and do black things, but you got the knuckleheads of us, honestly, this is what it is, that will tell him, nah, nigga, you ain't black. No, you got a white wife, you married that Becky. Like, huh? Bro, we need resources and tangibles and political power and celebrity power, too. You know what I'm saying? Even though Malcolm X said, put your hope in the celebrity. But, it's different nowadays, obviously. If you could get Trina and all these saucy Santanas to say, hey, no fucking, no voting. No voting, no fucking, or whatever you want to say. Whatever, no slow, whatever, you know what I mean? If you could do that and get Cardi B to speak straight to Joe Biden. How the hell Cardi B got to speak to Joe Biden, but you didn't get to speak to Joe Biden? You on Black Majority wrote books and shit. You know what I'm saying? Aunt Locke couldn't speak to Joe Biden about what the fuck going on in New Jersey with her case. Her nephew locked up. All because he defended himself against some Asian knacker, you know what I'm saying, to try to hit him with a wet floor mop sign, and little nephew got the best of him. Boo, boo, or you get tiger uppercut. You know what I'm saying? It was all caught on tape, so why he still in jail? You know what I'm saying? So when you think about stuff like that, I don't even think it's really about the celebrity. I think it's just the person, man. Do they care or not? Because you do have black celebrities that are black American, born from the lineage that really be speaking now. But obviously, look what happened to him. You know what I'm saying? Paul Mooney, perfect example. Rest in peace to the GOAT. You know what I'm saying? spoke out for these white people. You know what I'm saying? A cracker's a cracker, and I don't give a fuck, cracker. And if you're trying to crack at me, I'm a cracker your ass, cracker. You know what I'm saying? Nigga. White folks be like, so funny, nigga. You know what I'm saying? Hell yeah, white folks. Now sit your stupid ass down. You know what I'm saying? Get back to these jokes, white person. You know what I'm saying? But at the end of the day, though, you still got folks out here that I believe be speaking out. They just do it in their own way. So, you know, that goes back to the conversation. Hey, what is black state, reparations, black agenda? What does all this stuff look like to you? Hey, make your own lane, because that's what Yvette Carnell told us. So, hey, we here for it with it now. You know, hey, that's all it really is. You know what I mean? Shout out to Wendell Pierce. He be speaking now. You know what I'm saying? All the time. And nobody really back him up and retweet his tweets like that. You know what I'm saying? Or follow him and say, hey, look, boo, boo, boo. You got other old boy. He trying to speak out, but nobody want to hear that because you be buying wood too much. Nobody want to hear that. Keith Boykin, you know what I mean? But shout out to him, though. You got too much anti-Trump rhetoric. And this is the problem, too, you know. A lot of our folks, especially our celebrity folks, hate Trump because not because he did some prejudice to you, like wrote a legislation like the 94 crime bill, Joe Biden, or all of us vote blue no matter who. It's just because they don't like the way, they don't assume he should talk the way or carry himself the way he should, which is a New Yorker. Trump is New York knacker, you know what I'm saying? Guess who's the black Trump, Raekwon? You know what I'm saying? Donald Trump, you know what I'm saying? Come on, man, you know what I'm saying? So, Maga-laga-laga, I guess it's going to be, because after that State of the Union address, I think I'm going red too. Mark Carter jersey going red. You know what I'm saying? I think it's over. You know what I'm saying? Keep it real. Jersey going red, son. And it ain't going to shake the needle over here because this is a blue state. That sanctuary, Newark is sanctuary city. They ain't gonna, me voting one vote for Donald Trump ain't going to do nothing. You know what I'm saying? But I think just being here where I'm at, and after folks seeing that State of the Union address, I think a lot of black folks are thinking the same thing. So the Super Bowl over with, State of the Union over with. I know we got to do the Olympics, you know, our summer cookouts and all that other stuff. You know what I'm saying? And whatever pull-ups that's popping. But, hey, now is the time for you to politically start getting in people's faces, reparations, Black State of America, whatever it is we talking about up here, it needs to come from up here down. But we need to go down to where the peasants at. That's the hood. You know what I'm saying? Keep it real. You know what I'm saying? So I got something for you. So a lot of these black celebrities, right? They probably think, you know, obviously, like you said, they're gonna lose some type of star power, all this other stuff. So, you know, the problem is with the white folks in the country, right? They the remixers, yo. You feel what I'm saying? We the original, they the remix. You know what I'm saying? So we'll do something, you know, boom, boom, boom. And they'll turn around and say bye, 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 and try and monetize the shit. So it's like, So back in the day when your elder was telling you, hey, when you out there and you going to the penny candy store with your cousins and them, make sure y'all stay woke and stay with each other. Stay woke. Don't be around these white folks and you know, being slacking and lacking. You know what I'm saying? Because they might catch you off guard and kidnap your ass, kill your ass, and tell you all this other stuff. You know what I'm saying? So now woke means to them that, oh, you think you smarter than me? Oh, you trying to, you know, segregate and be divisive, and you trying to promote all this diversity and critical race theory? No, man. It's just being aware of the bullish that when you out in the world, that's what woke mean. You know what I'm saying? So how we let them take that word and remix it on us to make it mean we hate white people? It's a lot going on, man. You know what I'm saying? So when you say a celebrity, I still think Will Smith would be a good candidate, and I don't even think anyone will care about, because nobody listening to Jada Red Table talk over with, bro. You know what I'm saying? Black men winning out here. Sorry, sisters. You know what I'm saying? Kevin Sanders is right. You already know what time it is with me. You know what I'm saying? Kevin Sanders is right. I don't know. I heard that shit somewhere. He's about to come up here. You know what I'm saying? Don't you sit there and be in trouble. I know you want to screw Joe, son. Don't be, I had a DJ said,
Hey, DJ, what former athlete, like sports athlete, you think would be a good politician representative? No, I would think people like Warren Moon. He's a pretty respected person. Doug Williams, that won the
Super Bowl with the Skins.
the Super Bowl for the Redskins. There's some few men out there.
All right, what you call it? I can't think of their names all the time because I'm over here smoking. You know, it's my birthday, so.
Even Drew Pearson. He's a good guy.
Pearson. The brother Carlos, and I can't think of the other brother's name that raised the fist up in the Olympic show. And it's an Olympic year too, by the way. Go Team USA, nigga.
Right.
Stay mad.
Carlos, yeah.
Carlos, and I can't think of the other brother's name, but shout out to them though. They still alive and kicking and raising the fist up. So get them up in there.
Yeah, let me name some names.
Hey, you know what?
Let me name some names real quick. So we all know Kanye ran for president, right? We do know that. We know he got. Do we know he got some votes though? He actually did get some votes in some states. And I tried to do a search for black celebrities who actually did make an attempt to run for politician or for politics. Stacey Dash's name comes up. If you know who Stacey Dash is, she got ran off.
Yeah.
She literally got ran off. They attacked her in the media, whatever her circles, and she bowed out. But the brother Hill Harper, if you know who Hill Harper is, he usually plays in like TV shows where he's like a doctor or something like that. He's in Michigan. He's got some financial company, and he had a article. It was in a post where he said the small hats had essentially tried to pay him off to get out of that race. He's running for Senate in Michigan. He is on the ballot this year. He seems like more of a more of an intelligent black man. Like I said, he's got some type of financial company that he also had been promoting before this. So for what it's worth, I do remember that post about the small hats trying to basically buy him off or buy him out of this race, and he said he refused to do it. But I don't know what his chances are because we don't really get to hear and see a lot of it, and it's likely that he's being throttled, shadow banned, algorithmed out of our feeds, so we don't really see him. I believe I'm following him on Twitter, but I don't see too many of his posts, to be quite honest. He's, again, I remember interviews with him about his financial situation. He sounds like a very intelligent black man, has a lot of celebrity from the TV shows that he's done, but he's likely not to get any traction because they probably don't want him to be there. Because if he's anything like Denzel, who would not follow their agenda, this is the thing that maybe we don't understand, or maybe we do, maybe we don't. If you're not going to follow their agenda, they don't want you there. They're going to do everything they can to stop your ascendancy to some political office. So yeah, that's that. But I believe
Hey, Black, I think that's the thing, right? When you have a black celebrity, right, that is loved and respected in the black community, and the other group, I'm gonna say the small hats, are unable to control that person can be a huge problem. That's why they probably don't want black celebrity running for political office. Matter of fact, a serious black celebrity has never ran for political office in the black American community in the last 100 years. I mean, I can't name one like even someone like what's the guy with the deep voice? Oh my gosh, I'm sorry, I can't think of any names right now. But Paul Robeson, I mean, I think that guy would have been a great politician, but you know they don't want him. They don't want him in the in a Senate seat or in the congressional halls. Talking to people, persuade white politicians, about their senator ways of doing things. A person like Robinson, he would definitely, put white people in their place. There's so many. It's a lot of black celebrity. I think white people respect, and they just don't want those people telling them what to do. I land there. Hey, Sean, what do you think, Sean?
Sean, are you up here? Genghis, rather. Black South, can you mute your mic? Yeah, I don't think Genghis is up here. I'm on Hill Harper's page here. I'm trying to get a feel on the brother. He does seem to have been embraced by the Michigan Democrats up there. There is an article that I got to read. He says, "Our party's gotten off course." I don't know what he means by that. That might be an interesting read. He was endorsed. He's getting endorsements up there, so it looks like they're getting behind him. He's endorsed by a U.S. Congresswoman up there, so he may be their candidate for this this Senate seat up there. And like I said, I mean, when he was talking about his financial thing, he just sounds very, very intelligent. For what that's worth. So it's probably something that we could start tracking. I don't know, and I looked at his Ballotpedia too. It doesn't seem like there was a primary or there's primary results. So I don't know if they've gotten to Michigan yet in terms of that. Well, matter of fact, I think they have, because there were all those Arabs who did uncommitted up there, if I remember correctly. So let me see what it says. It says Democratic primary for U.S. Senate Michigan is August 6, 2024. So no, they haven't had this primary for this seat. So I don't know why that's in August. But I guess we'll have to tune in, kind of keep an eye on it, maybe see what he's up to, try to get a pulse on the guy, and then go from there. I don't know if he's open to reparations, because that's always the first thing, right? Don't know what his policy is on immigration. That's another big thing. There's a huge immigrant population up there. There's that bridge, I think it's the Ambassador Bridge. I used to cross over into Canada up there, right there in Detroit or Dearborn. So I wonder what his ideology is on those two issues, which are kind of the big issues in Black America right now, along with the economy and our well, I guess reparations does address some of our economic issues, but still about access to funding and capital and employment and things of that nature. So, yeah, so there you go. Let me read some more of these YouTube comments, because they kind of had a nice little back and forth here. So
hey, Bilal, before you start,
yep.
I'll probably have to go in about 8 minutes. It'd be 2:15 out here, so yeah.
Okay, let me see if I can get a co-host up here, just so we can maintain the space and all of that. So the person says, I'm not worried about the people who will never get the message or work together to achieve empowerment. I question why the people who are conscious haven't taken next step to partner and organize. Um, that is a good, valid, positive, constructive feedback. Let's say. I just think what happens is a lot of chiefs, not enough Indians. A lot of chiefs, not enough Indians. And some people you just it's oil and water. Like, some people you're not going to be able to work with. I got a thing up in the jumbotron where someone who I said was irrelevant. I told them they are irrelevant, and that was 6 months or more ago. I don't even know how it was. It could have been a year ago. It was so long ago. I don't interact with the individual. I don't care about the individual. In my mind, they no longer exist. That's what irrelevance is to me. I stand on that. But every once in a while, for some strange reason, they pop up in comments on posts that I do. Normally, I just block the person, and just go on with my life. But for appearances, quote unquote, I haven't done that. However, if you're going to come into my comments and make a comment, do your research, go deeper than the surface, because I'm going to go as deep as the freaking internet will allow me to every single time, even if that takes 3 days of my life to get to the heart of the matter. And it just is what it is. So, if you're ever going to comment, please, and someone's got a comment in the purple pill, which I am not going to respond to, because although I haven't yet blocked that person and I haven't made that person irrelevant, they were already irrelevant to me, because I'm not here to be concerned about how many people are in a space. I'm not here to platform and grow a platform so I can get likes, views, and I can get what is it? They get revenue sharing or whatever it is that they have on these platforms. That's not why I am here. If that if the reason I was here was to earn a living, I would kill myself. I just got to keep it a whole buck, like a whole 1,000. There are so many other ways to make money on the internet, and I mean big money, where people would never even see my face or hear my voice or even know I was involved in it. I feel sorry for people who have in their mind that this is going to be an economic vehicle for them while talking about Black American politics. I think it's disgusting. And I just got to be a whole 100% about it. If you are developing revenue streams off of Black American political conversation and you're not reinvesting that money into Black American issues, whenever these issues pop up, whatever they may be, then, I have a very low opinion of who you are as a person. I just don't get it. And I never will get it. And I'll never be that person. Because I just think it's weird. So I was in the Matrix. Someone said that. And then we got consolidate, collaborate, promote excellence, and hold ourselves accountable. I agree with that 1,000,000,000%. Says once we identify those who are interested in Black empowerment or a Black majority state, the next step has to be organization among ourselves. I agree with that 1,000%. I think even those people who are conscious that haven't taken the next steps are scared, and that is factual, that others who claim to be conscious aren't actually about that work. It's almost like folks are stuck, and that's like everybody's at the party and people are on the wall and they got their drinks and everybody's just kind of watching everybody, and nobody's hit the dance floor yet, and people are just kind of either trying to get drunk enough to where they can get on the dance floor, or waiting for other people to get out there first. You know, it's a funny thing. Even at that event in Delaware, when it's an empty dance floor, it is a little nerving to be on the dance floor as the first person all by yourself. But when there's 1,000 people on the dance floor, it don't even matter. You know, you just kind of get in there and do your thing. And so that's always the way. I think we're kind of wired in some ways. And you know, shout out to the people who get out there first, and shout out to those who get out there last. You know, because at some point we're all dancing and grooving to the music, and I think that's the goal in terms of what we're talking about, is for us all to be grooving to the music at the same time. Let me see. Says I think those people who are conscious that haven't taken the next steps or scared, and those who claim to be conscious aren't actually about that work. Okay, I think I read that one. Um, Says if we don't put ourselves into positions to offer resources or jobs to our less fortunate, we will make no inroads regarding capturing the attention of our local communities. Now, this is something that I've thought about for 6 years. Consistently 6 years I've thought about this, and here's why I disagree with the premise of giving people jobs or giving people resources. There's the internet, and there's indeed.com and monster.com and other job boards. I think even Facebook has some type of job boards, which whatever Facebook is going to do, they've got the most people on it, and it's likely going to be one of the largest resources that is available to people. Because not only do they have job boards, but they probably have people who are actively, looking for staff in some way, shape, or form. So people need to be adults, and people need to find a position for themselves in a job that they have a skill set that matches with the employer. And as much as we could try to help facilitate that, that becomes a full-time job. And if you set somebody up with a job, which I've done multiple times in my life, and they don't like the job, they don't like the work, they don't like the people, they don't like the employer, they don't like the paycheck, whatever they don't like, eventually they're going to walk away from it. They're going to figure out a way to get out of it. And so I think adults have to be treated like adults. If we're talking about high school kids, then it's a different conversation. If we're talking about college kids, same thing. I feel that there could be some need to provide some assistance there, especially if they're moving to the state to go to the HBCU. But outside of that, and senior citizens don't necessarily work, but they do need resources, and I'm all cool with helping senior citizens and young adults. Everybody in the middle, it's really like you got to get in where you fit in, and you got to figure it out for you so that you like where you end up. It's really just that simple. There are no manufacturing companies in these states, and if there are, who knows if they'll hire 10,000 black people that move to that area. It's really a thing where those who are ready and willing and capable and able have really got to say, okay, I'm serious. I'm gonna look. I'm gonna start finding positions. I'm gonna put in a transfer. I'm gonna visit multiple times. I'm gonna get comfortable with it. I'm gonna get as much information online as I can possibly get, and then I'm gonna just make the move. I'm gonna make it happen. If I'm single, if I'm a part of a couple, if I got a small family, if I got a large family. We spoke to a woman, shout out to her. I don't remember her name, but she was in New York. She's talking about retiring. She oh my God, man, we got to be careful. She spent all this money.
Constance Washington, Sister Constance Washington.
Constance Washington spent all this money in North Carolina and basically got scammed, legally scammed, because they control the courts. And my heart goes out to her in that situation. But if we had an organization and we were involved in that, and then something went sideways, we're liable. We're on the hook. I mean, let's just keep it a buck. Like, there's a lot of implications here when you're dealing with people and their lives and their families and their money and everything else. Like, we got to let adults be adults. We can lead them, we can guide them, but they got to drink the water, at the end of the day. And, it's a part of it. I'm under no delusions that I'm going to convert anybody or force somebody to do anything or none of that. I mean, what I see myself I can do, I've started multiple businesses. I've got the doors open. I've got them in a position where the income that comes through the doors keeps the doors open. That's what I can do. And I can transfer that over to some type of charitable slash commercial entity that's like a hybrid. And like, shout out to the brother Russell, the rapper out there in the Bay. I believe is where he's at. He has a program where he's taking in GoFund money and then he's giving it out to folks for helping to pay their rent. So I think he's asking for $1, and then he's taking that money and then helping people pay their rent. So that's an amazing Black celebrity because he's self-made, independent, built himself up through social media. God bless him and his movement, and he's given back to the community. And he's not political. So you can't tell me that the people who center themselves in the political space of Black America can't do the same thing. If they're not doing the same thing, that's disgusting to me. That's just disgusting to me. Because someone who has no real reason to do it is doing it. He could, man, that dude, he last time, I think the last post I heard from him, he's talking about he's working on a 7-figure deal. Because the labels want him, the distribution wants his talent. They want him, they want to, make money off of his talent, obviously, but he's smart enough to know better. From what I understand about the way he's grown his thing, but he's given back already, and that's there's a lot of power in that to me personally. It says, as you say, because there is no trust, we are not working together, and therefore not are getting nowhere. See, now that's an interesting thing. Is it trust or is it ego? I'm going to lean to ego.
Got a big ego.
Man, I swear to God, because if you told one of these people, I'm gonna send you $20, they gonna trust that you gonna send them $20, guaranteed. They ain't gonna have no problem with that. But then you say, this is what I got going on. This is what we're trying to do. We're trying to put this together. Can you help? Can you input? Yada yada yada. Bing bang boom. And it's like, man, I already got this, that, and the other thing going on. Well, I got a team. We got to come in. We got to be the leadership of everything. My face got to be on the billboard. I got to be on the marquee out front. My organization's got to be the biggest thing on the post. Yada yada, bing bang. That's really what that goes on. A lot of people in the front don't know that that's what goes on, but that's really what goes on. And that's a problem. That don't got nothing to do with trust. That's just pure ego. That's why I say it's we the last of the Mohicans. Everybody want to be the chief of the last of the Mohicans. Nobody wants to be the Mohican. I don't have a problem with being the Mohican. I'll pick up if you want me to help you build a stage. I'm there. If I can be there, I'm there. If you want me to pass out flyers, if I can be there, I'm there. You want me to stand around with a security shirt on? Okay, depending on what city it is. Hopefully I can, it's got reciprocating carry permits, licensing with the state that I'm residing in. Otherwise, I'd rather my shirt said staff or something like that, something nondescript, because I ain't gonna be no security without no ability to defend myself. I'm gonna keep it a buck with you. But that's just me. But yeah, I mean, I'm with whatever, you know, when it comes down to it, because that's what I've had to do my whole life. I mean, my whole life. You know, if I got a business and the bartender don't show up, I got to be the bartender. If I got a business and it's closing time, I can't afford to hire somebody to come in and clean the place up. I can't afford to hire a janitorial crew, and I'm not going to make my staff stay behind an extra 30 minutes or an hour cleaning up. I'm gonna handle that part of it, you know, because it's my business. And I think it's about us taking ownership of some of this, people being comfortable with other people having roles where they essentially use their skill sets, and it's okay. Now we could all get together once a week, have a meeting, and people discuss what they've done or what they've been into, yada yada yada, and do that once a month, because once a week sounds like a lot. Because if you trust somebody, then you know they should be able to do their thing, and then everybody get together once a month, 12 times a year, and we all meet at the round table and discuss what we've been doing. And then people are saying, well, okay, this person needs a little more financial assistance over here, this person needs a little more physical on the ground, boots on the ground assistance over there. But you know, the ego is what prevents that from happening, in my opinion. That's just how I've come to understand it. You got it, DJ. So hot in here, man.
Yeah. What I was gonna say. So yeah, LaRussell, right? So shout out to that brother here. You know a lot about the music business, right? So if you ever go like look at any interviews he's done before, he be breaking this stuff down. But here's the situation though. So even though he may be working on a 7-figure deal, yeah, that's exactly what he gonna have to do at the end of the day to really come up and not have to worry about working. You know what I mean? So he's still gonna sign to some type of label or some type of distribution deal, regardless if he control the music or not. You got to extend your hand in that way. But I feel like everything you said, we could do that on our own as black people. So LaRussell, you know, if you ever hear this, if y'all have LaRussell fans out there, share this space and tell them we got a wave over here on social. I feel like, you know, everything black majority is the same. We don't work that out on social already. But again, the ego also, what's the word I'm looking for? Extends to those that we understand that will never do the work. Meaning, I'm going to be a little bit of a critic, so don't get upset and say, DJ, you ain't shit. You know what I'm saying? Because it's just being truthful. You know what I'm saying? If I can't be truthful with you, that means we ain't cool and shit. You know what I mean? A lot of y'all here in this room either don't got a social account or you have made one and haven't engaged it yet. So you're over here every day. First thing, as soon as you wake up, before some of y'all even brush your teeth in the morning. What's going on, nigga? On this Twitter, nigga. You know what I'm saying? What's going on Facebook and YouTube and all this other stuff?
Oh, man.
Why can't you do the same thing over on social where we got our own platform?
That is facts.
So, okay, if you don't want to be on this black platform, go to the next black platform. It's really that simple, man. I don't think anything rocket science need to be worked out moving forward. But we choose to be over here. And this is why they got the quote, the white ice is colder. You know what I'm saying? Not because it's better. It's just that we unconsciously choose to be over here. We got a whole network of our own that we could just go over there right now and go live. You know what I'm saying? Start a space, all this other stuff, and talk about the exact same stuff within our own confines. So let me give you an example of what I'm talking about. More Instagram was shut down the other day. Mark Zuckerberg losing money. Let's go, Naka. You know what I'm saying? So, you know, and look, we'll talk about that later, Facebook, but whatever. So I'm on IG earlier, and Jokers is talking about a fight
Herschel
that
Walker.
happened between
you're right, Herschel Walker.
A black immigrant and I believe a black
and he
American
didn't even show up in the fucking
New York
searches,
on the subway
man.
system. So
these
people
white liberal
conversing,
motherfuckers.
you know, the dude that was in a brown coat, he telling the other dude, yo, why you over here talking bad about America? Go back to your country. And rightfully so. Because when you go into the comments, Man, what's wrong with y'all New York motherfuckers? Y'all should have jumped that motherfucking dude. You feel what I'm saying? You should have jumped him, yo. You know what I'm saying? On some real shit. You know what I mean? So, if I was in New York, man, I would have put pause on old boy. Just go in the comment section, yo. And that's right. You know what I mean? Because you can't come over here and talk smack. But this is a problem. You know what I mean? So you got the white boys in there because I'm over there talking reparations. Yeah, closed border candidates, all this others. It had to be one of y'all coming here and talk about reparations. So you already know what I do. I just go to your profile and let me find something on you. You know what I'm saying? Because you ain't got nothing on me, nigga. You know what I'm saying? I'm just DJ. You know what I mean? So you're a Scottish person. Okay, me laddie. Are you any kinfolk to William Wallace, my laddie? You know what I'm saying? Look at the Irish, hopefully. You're all reparations, motherfucker. You know what I'm saying? Just that simple from the crown. You know what I'm saying? Just as well as we're all reparations. They slaughtered your ancestors, bro. And a fucking story. I guess these white folks nowadays don't look at their own history. And this is a problem, too. You're not looking at your own history to understand what it is I'm saying about reparations is 100% correct. One, by definition, is a debt that's owed. Two, Special Field Order number 15 was never handed over to us. Everything that y'all got from what Martin Luther King said about the land grant colleges and gave these immigrant peasant farmers millions of acres of land that came over from Europe. That's your grandfather and the motherfucker. So you willing to give it up or you want to die for it? Because we're at this point, we're ready to die for that land, bro. So you got a whole nother country or land where your real ethnicity dates from. Go home, motherfucker, too. Fuck out of here. You know what I'm saying? So why are we even over on these platforms moving forward and entertaining these people? You know what I'm saying? We don't need them. Here's what I told the white kid wearing sucker MC. You know what I'm saying? You don't work for the budget committee. You're not a senator. You're not a congressman. You're not legislating as far as being like a lobbyist. No, I don't need to pay you to do anything. Why are we even having this conversation? And then all you got to do is all you got is on the rebuttal is to throw white supremacist jokes or low IQ. You know, you're cracking on my DVD wave, but I'm self-employed for 30 years. I'm saying most of my life I've been self-employed. So your minimum wage job, sir, would not even cover one reparations check for 40 million people. You know what I'm saying? Which we believe we're more than that too, because again, we're the ones that's up here breaking this information numbers down. But let's go back on to these other platforms. When you go to back to Facebook and ScrewTube and you try to talk to your peoples, hey, fam, reparations, boo the woo, woot the woo. Hey, look, I got the book, Black State, woot the woo, and all that shit. Charles Blow talking, that's my shit, nigga. You know what I'm saying? I did it first, nigga. Ray J, I hit it first. You know what I'm saying? Let's go. Nigga, I don't care about that shit. You don't even get an answer. Niggas completely annoy you. You know what I'm saying? Hey, it's my birthday today, fam. I dropped a new song. Got 5 likes. Shout out to them niggas. They like the record. You know what I'm saying? But also shout out to everybody else that don't even give a fuck about the record, but wish me happy birthday. That's cool too. But Joker's gonna be where they be at, and we can't be around them. We need to be in our own space, mentally, physically, spiritually, emotionally, all this other shit. You know what I'm saying? And not even have to argue about that, because let's get right here into the comment section. You already know I'm coming with some receipts, my knackers. You know what I mean? Brother Inc., who's known up here, said right here in this purple pill, why are y'all always complaining about other people's spaces? 50 plus year olds sitting around gossiping. That's what he said. I don't have to repeat what the man said. It's written in stone. You know what I'm saying? Read the walls. You know what I'm saying? Read the writing on the wall, nigga. You know what I'm saying? And I rebuttal to him, because knackers ain't serious about being serious. Ain't serious about silly shit. You know what I'm saying? You spent the whole year up here. What the fuck you gonna call yourself? Spent the whole year up here telling and knacking and shit and all this other stuff, yo. Nobody even care about that. You know what I'm saying? You're delineating, segregating, abrogating. You know what I'm saying? All the ladies and shit. You know what I mean? Niggas ain't got nothing done yet. You know what I mean? Hey, I keep my head down and keep my face in my post, bro. That's why I know so much. I've been professor since I was a kid, man. You know what I'm saying? So ain't nothing nobody can tell you, Black majority, Homeland, me, Rella. Nobody can tell us shit at this point. We our own family over here, you know what I'm saying? And we looking for our other family that's willing to do this work. So it's not the rack on y'all. Hey, get up on social, SOXCIL.com. It's a Black American network, Black owned and operated. I know some others, you ain't gonna like that shit, but there are some that will. You see what I'm saying? But if all we do is sit up here every day, Facebook, Twitter, all this other shit, ain't nothing gonna really ever get done. And I'll see y'all next year, and we'll be sitting here and bringing up the exact same shit. And then we're gonna say to ourselves, hey, yo, did we talk about that already?
Same shit.
We said that already. You know what I'm saying?
Same shit.
I got another one for you. Just bring it into light. You know what I'm saying? News Starter. Shout out to News Starter. We doing 16 spaces a month, man. You know what I'm saying? You know what I mean? Hey, look, News Starter is its own platform. .com, newstarter.com. You can make an account. You can comment on 40,000 articles. 40,000 articles over there.
What?
You can just be over there sitting on the toilet in the morning going through that shit. You know what I'm saying? So when Tyler say, hey, look, come up and just browse for a minute and look around and maybe hit the like button once, yeah, that's not asking for much, man. A lot of us act like we're asking y'all to pull your damn teeth out, rip your hair out, let's go fight these niggas on the corner. When we asking you, hey, look, just make an account. That's the rhetoric. Y'all thinking a lot of folks thinking they mind. Nah, nigga, I can't go to war with you right now. I gotta go to work in the morning. Now I can't mess my hair up and shit right now. You know what I'm saying? I ain't trying to break your nail and shit. Nah, nigga, I got my Air Force Ones on, nigga. I can't talk to you right now. You know what I mean? That's all we reacting towards each other, man. So it's like, DJ, moving forward, we'll be quiet. You know what I'm saying? I'm going back on mute. You know what I'm saying? Got much to say. You know what I mean? Until we get some act right up here amongst the people that's just here in this room that see each other every day on the damn day. You know what I'm saying? Every day on the damn day. I don't see y'all up on social like that. I'm up there though. You know what I mean? Yo. Don't nobody come up here and talk shit either, yo, because I got jokes for tonight, nigga. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, that's what's up. If you could check the co-host on that one, I guess when he took off, he took the one with him. So I only got the one, but
let me drop down. I'll be right back.
Okay. So someone on YouTube.
Matter of fact, drop me down. I don't even see the thing over here to try to drop myself or the audio.
Oh, are you? Oh, okay. Are you on? You might be on the web browser. Yeah. So for those who don't know, you can get on Spaces on the web browser. You can see the Jumbotron, but I don't believe you can raise your hand. You can still do the co-host thing over there. So they are messing around with the web browser version and obviously over here because you can't see the spaces. But it kind of is what it is. But someone mentioned Herschel Walker as Black Southern Strategy. He bounced out. But Herschel Walker was someone who actually did try to get into the U.S. Senate, and he was very close. They had that runoff, and man, it was several 100,000 people that didn't show up. His voter total just dropped into the abyss. They did a lot of negative press against him, and it really affected that race. But shout out to Herschel Walker, who really did make a go of it. Oftentimes when people crash out like that, they don't necessarily come back. They don't make another attempt. So it'll be interesting if he tries to swing back around on that or a different position. So let me get through the rest of these. It says, you say because there's no trust, we're not working together and therefore getting nowhere. To a degree, it feels like some of us are waiting for the perfect example. I agree with that 100%. Perfect timing, agree with that. Perfect timing might actually be too late. It already is too late. Oh man, if you live in some of those Midwestern and Western states, it's already too late, man. And that's just is what it is. So it says a strong black male character is not what they would want to project. I think that was on the the Democrat party with the actor politician, the activist, which is I think a term that some people use. It says when building an organization, trust has to be the foundation. You build trust through open communication, transparency, and proven capabilities. I agree with that. Real black empowerment has to be separated and independent from the Democrats, Republicans, and celebrities To put ourselves at the mercy of either would be like being under colonial supervision. So man, this is a tough one because so real black empowerment has to be separated. And again, I got to go back to Malcolm X and that what was it called? The New Freedom, or the Freedom Now Party is the name of what it was. Freedom Now Party. It was Malcolm's celebrity and his charisma that they really were kind of leaning on to get to get some traction with that. And unfortunately, he was removed from the planet before he could decide one way or the other on whether he wanted to run for political office. But he was already breaking down numbers and kind of really understanding how the politics work in the country. I don't know if you could have real black empowerment in the truest sense of the term and still be independent from the Democrat and or Republican Party in this country. Well, the Republican Party is easy because, to be quite honest, we don't vote Republican in high numbers. I think it's 2% of the registered voters or black Republicans. And that may change a little bit with this election. I've heard people saying they're switching over to vote Republican so they can vote for Trump. I don't think it's going to be more than 10% that'll actually make that decision and then be consistent with it over a long period of time. I think it's just the flavor of the month. So the Republican part is just kind of a blip on the radar screen, in my opinion. The Democrat black voters, you cannot win without them. As much as we would like to think that we can, the Freedom Now Party, they did run, I think the brother's name is Cleage. He's a black pastor and he was a black nationalist pastor, but he's been around. You can find him online. And actually every time he speaks, he says amazing things. He was there with Malcolm. He kind of never really got the gravity that Malcolm or MLX got, or MLK, but he's been around. He's been active, and but for whatever reason, that party never really materialized. Then you fast forward to 1988 with the woman who we listened to earlier, Miss Fulani, and I think her party was called the New Alliance Party, and she got on all 50 states. She got enough votes to get a matching money from the government for the next election. But no one who didn't vote for them or know them specifically directly knows anything about that party. And there's a reason for that, because the system, the duopoly, which is a monopoly of two parties, is designed in such a way that you cannot be an independent party and win consistently at the state level, and definitely not at the national level. So what ends up happening is you create a third party and you can win some of the lower hanging fruit, which is what the libertarians do, the Green Party, and whatever these other parties are. They get the state rep, the local mayor or whatever it is. They get a bunch of those positions, but even in that, and they've been around for decades, they still don't have enough of those positions to where it really amounts to much. When you talk to those people, and I've had conversations with them, they envy the fact that we got 50 million black Americans in the country and we got this huge black voter block, but it is majority Democrat. If you took the independents and the non-voters together, you would have close to 60% of our vote. The problem is the non-voters don't vote, and they're really not going to vote. Um, and here's what's so interesting about that, because I believe you gotta use the Democrat Party as a tool to get into power. But even when you got into power, you had this black agenda and you started taking over cities and counties and states. The people who don't vote are very likely not to vote ever. whether whether there's a black agenda on the table and you're having success with it or not, they're just tapped out. They for whatever reason, it may be an emotional thing, it may be something else that triggers them from not wanting to participate in politics the same way that I've kind of taken a break from sports, something that I've used to enjoy and used to get emotional and excited about. Some people just kind of don't want to be a part of politics. They don't want to hear about it. They don't want to know about it. They don't want to think about it, because it likely only is a stress and only provides stress to them. And so they just decided, I'm going to have a good life and enjoy my life, and then politics is not going to be a part of it. And I don't blame them. Everybody has a different level of trauma and a different level of tolerance that they could take. And so if 40% roughly of the black population are non-voters, as much as I dream, you know, when I have dreams about politics, knocking on doors, trying to convince people who don't vote to vote, it sounds really, really good. I just don't know how effective that'll be without some celebrity that people are already willing to fucking jump off a bridge for, to be quite honest. Um, it sounds good. I just don't think it works in real life. Um, I know that as a Democrat in a Democrat city or a Democrat county or a Democrat state, you're going to get a Democrat who's going to win that election. And then it just boils down to which Democrat. Um, and then I think that's where you have the opportunity, if it's a majority black district, to present a black agenda in a way that they may have not heard before, speak directly to the people, get them excited, and then you can get into position to actually change stuff. But you're not going to go into Detroit, let's say Detroit, which is historically black Democrats, as a black Republican and convince those people to vote Republican. And it doesn't matter who you are. You could be Denzel Washington, since that name was brought up earlier. You go in there, into black Detroit, black Democrat Detroit, as a black Republican. They gonna tell you, man, I love you, bro. Man, love your movies, but I'm not voting for a Republican. Even though it's you, I'm not voting for a Republican. That's just is what it is. And then you can run that race and try your hardest and try to get the people who don't vote to show up to vote. That's a monumental task. And much like who was the brother that was mentioned earlier, Herschel Walker. And that's not to compare Herschel Walker and Denzel Washington in any way, shape, or form, but I think the tarnish or the luster of celebrity starts to wear off during the rigors of a campaign, um, and people just revert back to, I'm comfortable voting Democrat. People do what they do. It's kind of like a river, the flow of a river. The river is flowing in one direction, and unless the um, what is it, the pole switch, magnetic pole switch, and or the planet flips upside down, they're likely to continue to flow in that direction. And if we're going to be just blatantly honest and look at the history and look at what our people have already tried to do, it doesn't work. Independent black parties don't work. Um, that's a sad reality. They just don't work. Um, I salute anybody who makes the attempt. I support them, but they don't work. We can't even get, there's a post up there about the State of the Union and how the people who were protesting on the side of one side of the foreign conflict, they had the streets blocked off, and a majority of them look Caucasian to me. I'm, just to be all 100%. Almost every time they show up, a lot of them look Caucasian to me. But they keep showing up everywhere. And this was a State of the Union address, and they're there in D.C. in the dark, on the ground. They're there. We can't get people to show up like that for reparations. And reparations is the only reason why we're here even having these conversations. So if we can't get the people who spend hours every single day talking about reparations to show up for reparations in that way, and it's not like we're out got to go and convert people. We are the people who talk about reparations every single day, and we won't show up like that for that. How do we expect to get people who don't talk about reparations to show up? In other words, how do we expect people who vote Democrat to do something else when we don't even do what the people who live halfway on the other side of the planet do in this country consistently since that conflict started? Yeah, that's just being very realistic. I mean, there's a need for hyper realism and not this flowery. It's like these coach pregame, halftime coach speeches. A team, I know we're down. We're down by 5. It's the bottom of the ninth inning, and we got our heavy hitter coming up, and we got all the power, and everything's on our side, and all we got to do is just really, really, really think positive about everything, and it's going to happen. We're going to get a home run, grand slam home run. We're going to bring this in. We're going to get a huge victory. Everybody's going to get a huge trophy. We're going to be popping champagne. And if you were San Francisco in this recent Super Bowl, and you came out of your huddle during the overtime, and you had that speech, you probably thought really, really good about that whole situation occurring. The problem is the other team. The other team is about their business too, and the other team won the game ultimately. And I just think in our situation, we're not even in the game like that. I don't even know if we're in the stadium like that. That's what I question myself often. Are we even in the stadium? Because Michigan, the black vote could have shut Michigan down a long time ago. They could have sat on their hands a long time ago. They could have sent letters and messages to their congressional representatives and said, look, if you don't come and fix Michigan for Black America, you're never going to win in Michigan again. They could have did that decades ago. Never happened. And so to think that you're going to convince those people to vote Republican or even worse, vote for some independent party, I don't see how that's even realistic. Whew, man, I gotta live in a place in a mind state in the world where I know if I need something to happen and my bills and my responsibilities depend on it, the place where I live depends on it, my ability to manage a business from 5 hours away depends on it, that it's going to actually produce predictable results. And that's really the situation that I'm going to ultimately be putting myself into. And there's no real parachute in that. There's no escape route in that for me. At least, until I reach a certain point in time, and in my goal is to put in a full term, um, which means, somewhere between 4 years, um, of weekly, monthly, yearly, political activity, because there's no reason to move if you're not planning to do that. And that's a whole nother conversation, because the people that move to these states, if you're not planning to move and organize and get active and show up at the city council meetings, show up when there's call to actions, um, then what's the point? Like, I gotta like keep it a whole bean, because the people that would just move there because there's a job there are gonna move somewhere else when there's a better job there. It's just human nature. Um, and we're not gonna change human nature, with a political movement or a political campaign, because if that was possible, this movement, which I got to assume is a decade long, would have already changed people. It would have already changed people's habits, but it hasn't. And I don't think anything is to blame. I don't think the people are to blame. I don't think the people who are leaders are to blame. I don't think that there's not enough organizations, or not the right talking points. I just think it's human nature. I think that, when you have a political movement, you're fighting against human nature, and the more logical approach is to figure out how human nature works and then operate within that, um because it's just going to work a lot easier. Doesn't mean you compromise or anything like that. It's just figuring out um how humans already work. So let me read some more of this. I've spoken to many on here and would like to work together to build an organization and eventual institutions. Shout out to that. I would say in building an organization, tangible benefits is the foundation. Word of mouth effect. Agreed. I think one problem is that it's hard for some to see themselves as anything other than individuals with self-interest. That's the ego. There's no question. And to separate themselves from their self-interest for a greater good. Ego, ego, ego. Yes, that part, individualism versus collectivism. Yes. Ego versus sacrifice is how I would say that, because the ego don't want to sacrifice nothing. Um, so we got space to develop is what we need. Tangible benefits is more of the outcome, whereas building trust is what you need in order to get to that part. Okay, I agree. Says we're only getting older. Man, that's true. Time is quickly running out. Hey, talking. Time is ticking. Time is ticking. What about Isaiah Washington? I don't know if Isaiah Washington has ever ran for an office. I know he's been politically active for a very long time. I don't know if he's ever ran for office. So that's a really good question. Um, and it may be a calculation that he's made. I think if you're a celebrity at a level in Hollywood where you already are at events where politicians show up, you already get a really behind the glass view of what politics looks like. You already kind of see that it may be something that you don't really want to be um involved in the sense of you being the face out front, or the elected official. And so that you may see it as more of a position where you can develop relationships and influence those relationships. But your goal as a content um creator, whether you're an athlete or some form of entertainer, you know, that's the thing. That's your love. That's your passion. And so I don't know too many people that would, if they were already in that space, would want to give that up. You know, because actors can act until the day they die, and many do, to be quite honest. Athletes is a little different, but now that there's this whole pipeline from athletes into the podcasting, the digital streaming, whatever medium. And where, you know, back in the day, athletes would kind of disappear and maybe pop up here and there. You really didn't see them or hear from them often like today. You know, shout out to Shannon Sharp. He said he made more with that Cat Williams interview than he had made in his entire career in a single year. And I believe they have 5 million being his highest single year. So that tells you what the potential is out there for people who can connect with an audience, develop a platform. You don't really need to be on ESPN or whatever, Fox Sports or whatever the case may be. A lot of them do go that route because it's guaranteed contracts, and there are some lucrative contracts over there as well. But you know, that's probably, I mean, it's not that new, but it used to really only be for white males, to be quite honest. And those barriers have been kind of breaking down. But you know, there's still, like, you know, you got to stay in your place, and they still crack the whip over there. It doesn't matter which sports news program it is, they still cracking the whip somehow, some way. But to be completely independent and doing your own thing, which is where, you know, in my opinion, most Black Americans need to be anyway, it's got to be a blessing. It's got to feel really, really good. I obviously, I encourage us to all, you know, develop our personality, our online personality, our content, and put it all on Funded Socially. You know, yeah, because at the end of the day, if we had that Club Shay Shay Cat Williams interview and we charged $1, he got 320 million social media views on that interview across the networks. Imagine if people paid $1 to get to that interview. Imagine, I mean, let's say the first 20 million were free, and there was a way to block other people from getting to the content, and he just made the money on the 300 million after the first 20 million. You see what I'm saying? Like, come on, man. Come on, Club Shay Shay. Come on over to Funded Socially, brah. You know, help a Black man out over here. It says, oh, someone says I'm a little robotic. Do I sound robotic over here a little bit, or we cleared that up?
Nah, you good.
Okay, appreciate it. Someone says Cornell West is a good example. I'm not sure of what that is. What the example that Cornell West was, somewhere in what we were talking about earlier. It says a better strategy would be to remain largely apolitical with politics and expectations. Just promote institutions of great Black projects. So on that note, so that one, I get it. I think that goes on. I think we don't give ourselves enough credit for what we have been doing consistently for a very long time and continue to do.
Now you in the matrix. There you go.
Okay, I'm man. You know what? I need a co-host though, because I ain't got a co-host to pop in and out. See right there, it says I'm only allowed to have 2 co-hosts. To add this person, remove 1 co-host. Let's see what this thing is doing. All right, let me cancel that invite if it'll let me.
Yeah. There you go. Cancel the invites. Try to send it in again.
Yeah, it won't. It ain't gonna let me. See, they got us. They got us locked in the mix.
Hey, clear the cache out in your app.
Okay, that's gonna take a second. Let's see what the Man, see, here they go. They glitching around.
Hey, while y'all doing that, just share the room. Y'all share the room, even though it's janky right now. You know what I mean? It's all good. We still up here chilling. You know what I mean? On a Saturday. You know what I mean? What's up, gangers? What's good, my dude? That Negro was good. Black delegation. We gotta get these race trades going because I'm sick of some knackers and I'm sick of some crackers. We're gonna have to trade, you know what I'm saying? Okay. What's good, John F? You know what I mean? Forever Joe, you know what I mean? Forever Joe, you know what I mean? Buckshot the BDI, boot camp click, what you know about it, you know what I mean? Avenge the ancestors, strap out the out, you know what I mean? Racial pride, you funny nigga. You funny nigga. Pink Ice, what's good, Sister Trouble, you know what I'm saying? Indianapolis 500, you know what I'm saying? Boom. Heading on the highway, looking for adventure, nigga.
It might have did something with that one because it got quiet. I think it got quiet. Damn, they might have tossed me out the damn space. Yeah, it collapsed the whole space for me. Oh damn, let's see what happened. See if they suited and booted. Oh, still up. Damn, that's crazy. Still up. Skip that. Okay. Alrighty. Let's see what happens. Oh damn, it glitched out again. Oh shit. They really trying to glitch it out. They really trying. They trying their best because them fucking joints ain't there no more. Okay, man. Woo! I can't believe this thing's still up. They glitched me out twice. I sent the co-host again.
Yeah, hopefully that worked that time, bro.
Man, because as soon as I did that, it glitched the space, then it glitched it 2 more times. Yeah, it say co-host on my side, so look like you got it. Damn.
Yeah, this thing got like a nasty delay in it. Let me try going in and coming back out.
So that's what it is, man. They targeting the accounts and putting these damn cookies on your phone, on your app, on your device.
All right, we in there.
Got you all in that weird space. Oh yeah, so I was saying, man, we got to give ourselves credit and about what we've been doing consistently, because we've been doing it consistently for a very long time. Is Genghis up here? Because he's been in speaker for a minute, but he never spoke.
Hey, you back, bro?
Oh, you can't hear me? God damn it. Oh, you can't.
All right, give it a minute still, y'all.
Let me
All right, y'all. So just to talk about what
I gotta, yeah, you can't hear me. I'm gonna bring you right back up. Damn, son. They got it like that. Let me try to bring you right back up to co-host, because that would be very difficult to not be able to hear each other. Oh man, Twitter. Come on, Twitter. Let's stop playing these games. Yeah, so I sent the second invite. Try to see if you can get it. I'll try to cancel it maybe and then bring it back up. I'm gonna drop Sean down just to see if he's locked in the matrix, maybe permanent matrix. See what happens with that. All right, I canceled it. I'm gonna send it again. Oh boy. Matter of fact, because I probably ain't gonna play no more videos. Let me see if I can get in here on this one and see if it'll let me get active over here. We're just gonna have that echo a little bit. Oh, see, in this space, I don't even see DJ in the room. That's crazy, man. This shit crazy, bro. This shit crazy. We all over the place. Oh, it just glitched out. Let's see. That's it. It killed it. It fucking killed it. Ain't that a bitch? They killed it. Trying to flip and switch, and it's them damn cookies, man. Them trackers and them cookies. That's what it is. Son of a bitch. It's them trackers and them cookies. Yeah. If you start one up, I'll come in there because shit, I ain't got shit to do. I can turn off the YouTube and we can just chop it up for sure. But that's what it is. You know, them trackers and them cookies, man. There needs to be someone needs to develop a way to get around that shit. You know what I mean? Some type of Twitter filter or some shit or whatever. You know what I mean? But yeah, just let me know when you start it up and then I'll jump in there. Yeah, I really wish well, you know, we know what they planning. It'd be nice if they hurry it up. Just hurry it up. Hurry it up. Get to the audio rooms, get to the fucking video rooms so we can definitely get something happening over here on Funded Socially, because I don't even know if I would need to come back over to Twitter, to be honest, if we had the rooms over there, because there wouldn't be a need for it. Started this TikTok. I started getting a little more active because I created a TikTok. I created two, but I created one a while back, and I may have posted something years ago. But that's interesting about TikTok is shit disappears after a certain amount of time, which is interesting. But at any rate, I started posting on it again to try to get it a little more active. So I may spend like 10, 15 minutes over there a day. And I just want to post, you know, these 2 minute to 4 minute, because I think there was something on there that said you can post up to 10-minute videos over there now. But I'm gonna keep it in the short range, 2 to 5 minutes, let's say. And I'm posting some really good content over there. It's gonna be Black majority state oriented, Black political oriented. It's not gonna be no celebrity, whatever. But it's going to be good content. So it's under the, I want to say it's Black State of America name over there. See if I can find it. And I know they're threatening. They've been threatening. Let's see. They've been threatening to shut TikTok down. And who knows, maybe they will one day soon, because it seems like that's what's on their agenda. But it's Black State of America. Black State of America. So America without the CA, without the California. So it's funny. What makes it real funny is the picture I got is that map of the United States, and California is completely cut off. And then in the name, they cut off the CA, which is California. So that's actually pretty, what do they call that? Singularity. That's a singularity right there. But yeah, definitely, if you got a TikTok, check it out. And I guess you can like and read. I guess they allow you to repost now, which is, I don't think that was something there before, because I really didn't understand the whole point of it when I first created it. But it looks like they do have the ability to damn, they done got rid of everything up in here in my search results. Okay, so DJ's up and running. Cool. Oh man, welcome to space. It's like I'm a newbie. I'm a rookie. Oh man, they didn't hit me with that like 3 times this week. It's fucking Twitter bitter. Okay, so thanks for everybody for coming out. And every Saturday we probably start the YouTube around, I'm gonna say 10 o'clock, 9:30, 10. We start the Twitter usually right around 9 o'clock, depending on how Twitter's acting. Definitely by 9:15, 9:30. And then we take this YouTube video embedded on the Funded Socially. It's in the Gray King Black State video community. We post that link there every single week. And, you know, there's actually a way that you could record on YouTube, not have an audience, so it's hidden. It's like a private YouTube video, but you take your embed code, put it on Funded Socially, and all the videos will be there. They would no longer be necessarily available on YouTube for the public consumption. So for those who you may not like YouTube, there are some people who just don't like YouTube. but you could still record over here, post your embed link over there, and get the content popping off over there. So just to for those who may have had bad vibes with YouTube, the same way we got bad vibes with Facebook and all these other platforms, that is a way to kind of get around that whole situation and at least have content going on funded socially. Yeah. So deuces, not the gay one, because they done took over that, which is crazy. They taking over every fucking thing. But yeah, deuces, and see you next Saturday, same time, same channel, same place. Peace, peace, peace. 100, 100, 100, 100. Bing, bing, bing. Oh man.